Chapter 749. At that moment, the Prime Minister's inauguration ceremony had reached its most important stage. In the National Center for the Performing Arts of the Huaxia Empire, Kai Songyin and Tan Guiran stood on the side of the stage and watched Tan Dongbang's passionate speech. Both of them had tears in their eyes. Tan Dongbang's speech was sincere and full of ambition. He swore to be a good prime minister, a successful prime minister, a prime minister who would leave his name in the history of the Huaxia Empire. Therefore, he was very excited and emotional. He had fought for 10 years for this day. For this important day, he had even personally written his inauguration speech. Although it wasn't as flowery and high-spirited as his aides, it came from the bottom of his heart. He didn't even need to memorize it, because every word flowed smoothly from the bottom of his heart. This kind of speech could also influence many people, especially those who were listening to his speech live. In the past 10 months, he had walked step by step from being the last among the candidates to becoming the one who had the last laugh. Therefore, although the world outside the National Center for the Performing Arts was almost in full bloom, there was still no sign of a storm inside the National Center for the Performing Arts. However, Kai Songyin's subordinates couldn't handle the situation anymore. They had gone overboard with the topic before, and now they were suffering a beautiful backlash. A few alternate accounts that appeared out of nowhere and used a long Weibo post to completely destroy the sure win strategy they had prepared for a month. Give me their IP address. We can only find that it's from a library in France. It's obviously fake, but so what if it was fake? You couldn't find anything deeper, and their fake IP could be turned upside down by the other party. Kai Songyin's assistant rubbed her messy hair in a daze. She paced around the office a few times before finally picking up the phone to call Kai Songyin. Kai Songyin also wore a Bluetooth headset, just in case. Suddenly, the phone in her headset rang. She was a bit surprised and quietly took the call. "Mrs. Tan, something big has happened." Kai Songyin couldn't help but shiver when she heard Assistant A's mournful voice over the phone. That ominous feeling welled up in her heart again. It seemed that ever since Song Jining suddenly appeared like a celestial concubine, she had this ominous feeling from time to time. She glanced at Tan Guiran and gave her a look before silently walking backstage. Although Kai Songyin was also standing on the stage because Tan Dongbang was the host, all the lights around him were turned off when he was giving his speech. Only the light facing him on the stage was on, so not many people noticed Kai Songyin quietly leaving in the dark. She went to the VIP room backstage and spoke to Assistant A. "Tell me what happened." Assistant A stuttered at first, but when Kai Songyin yelled at him, he spilled everything out in fear. "Mrs. Tan, someone said that your evening gown was bought with the Prime Minister's campaign funds, that your necklace is an imitation, and that your daughter's diamond tiara is stolen." When Kai Songyin heard that, the color drained from her ruddy face. Her face was as pale as a ghost. "What did you say?" "Say that again." Kai Songyin yelled through gritted teeth. She couldn't care less about etiquette at that moment. Of course, she was alone in the VIP room. Who was she supposed to show her manners to? She didn't need to care at all. Kai Songyin listened to Assistant stuttering over the phone and finally sat down on the sofa. She covered her head with her hands. Her body couldn't stop trembling. It seemed like her worst nightmare had come true. But how did those people know? Her husband's campaign finance report was so thick with so many complicated numbers. How did someone find out about this insignificant $260,000 US? If she had known earlier, she would have changed the numbers on the draft. And her necklace, how could it be an imitation? It was clearly a birthday gift from a businessman. And her daughter's diamond tiara. She had really been tricked by her paternal family. Could it really be stolen? The tiara had been passed down from the ancestors of the Kai family. The ancestors had said that it was to be passed down as a family heirloom and not to be worn out. However, they had only thought that the ancestors were cautious and didn't want to show off their wealth. So they made such a request. Could there really be a reason? Kai Songyin's face turned purple. Her heart beat violently one moment and then slowly the next. It was like someone was holding her lifeline and could take her life at any moment. She clutched her chest and gasped for air. Finally, she called Assistant B in. "Oxygen." I need oxygen. I can't breathe. Assistant B saw that her face was as white as a ghost and was also shocked. She rushed out to bring her a set of oxygen equipment. This kind of equipment was common for large-scale events. The inauguration of the new prime minister was, of course, a large-scale event. Also, the people attending were all rich and powerful. None of them could be neglected. Therefore, many sets of oxygen equipment were prepared. Kai Song-yin lay flat on the sofa with an oxygen mask covering her face. She looked pale as she breathed in oxygen. Her messy mind slowly cleared up. She frowned and thought about how to get past this. Gun Yinji's strategy of digging up the IP was working. Kai Song-yin's assistant A's attempt at crisis public relations to divert attention also failed. Gun Yinji personally went into battle and used her alternate account to refute the topics of the Water Army one by one. She even called on people to respect scientists and not gossip about researchers online. After all, they weren't entertainment celebrities and didn't like to use the internet to create hype like some people did. Therefore, they didn't have the obligation to entertain the public. The public should also return them a clean space online. This suggestion received the approval of many real people and was quickly reposted millions of times. It completely suppressed the Water Army's posts about Song Jinning. But this wasn't enough, because these topics still existed in the online space. If someone wanted to stir up trouble in the future and brought up these topics again, then it wouldn't be so easy to suppress them again. Gun Yinji didn't stop there. She used Hua Xiaoheng's phone access to check who the 3 IPs used by the Water Army belonged to. In the end, when the name number 32 Willow Hutong appeared on the phone, Gun Yinji almost fainted. Number 32 Willow Hutong was the location of the Prime Minister's official residence in the imperial capital. So Kai Song-yin's Water Army was so brazen in directly using the Prime Minister's official residence's IP to hype up the Prime Minister's wife? They really kept the goodies to themselves. Gun Yinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. Then, she solemnly posted another Weibo post. Inside, she listed the list of Water Army and the 3 IPs. Then, she posted the address, number 32 Willow Hutong, next to the IPs. She wrote, "The whole thing is like a magic show." So the people who posted Beauty of the Age were the Prime Minister's wife's own Water Army. Prime Minister Tan, please step forward and delete the slanderous posts posted by the Water Army under your wife's command. We will reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. As soon as this Weibo post was posted, it immediately went viral on the internet. Everyone had been paying attention to this incident, but they hadn't expected it to dramatically turn back to the Prime Minister's official residence, a location that surprised countless people. Oh my God, I won't be able to look directly at the phrase beauty of the age in the future. Oh my God, every time I see this beauty of the age, I think of white flesh. Can I just have fun? Prime Minister Tan's family, can you be any lower? So was Mrs. Tan herself, who posted the phrase, beauty of the age. 2333333 Kai Song-yin almost instantly became the laughingstock of the internet. Tan Dongbang finally finished his emotional inauguration speech and announced the end of the ceremony. He returned backstage to the VIP room with Tan Guiran, chatting and laughing. As soon as they entered, they saw a few men wearing the prosecutor's office uniform standing in front of his wife, Kai Song-yin. They said with serious expressions, "We just received a report that Prime Minister Tan's campaign funds were illegally misappropriated. The amount was huge. Please come back with us immediately to assist in the investigation." Because Kai Song-yin was in charge of Tan Dongbang's campaign finance, this had been recorded by the prosecutor's office and the Senate. What happened? Tan Dongbang was dumbfounded as he watched those people take Kai Song-yin away. They didn't even allow him to say a word to her. This was the 4th update, and the monthly votes had been delivered at 7,900 plus updates. Today was the 4th update. Dear friends, don't forget about your recommendation votes and monthly votes. The double monthly votes are continuing. Dear friends, don't stop. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 750. Mommy, where are you taking my mommy? Tan Gyron's tears fell like rain as she threw herself at Kai Songyin. Two tall men in the prosecutor's uniform blocked her with their arms and said sternly, "The prosecutor's office would like to invite Ms. Kai Songyin for tea. Please do not obstruct official business." "Huh? Tea? It's so late. What tea? Can't we drink it tomorrow?" Tan Gyron widened her large doe eyes and looked at them in confusion. Her nose and the rims of her eyes were red, but her skin was as pale as snow. She had a pitiful look on her face. Tan Dongbang quickly pulled Tan Gyron over and comforted her quietly. "Don't be scared, little darling. Mommy will be back tomorrow." The people from the prosecutor's office looked at each other and extended a hand. Kai Songyin gritted her teeth and followed them out. In the hall of the National Center for the Performing Arts, the lights slowly came on. The Minister of Internal Affairs, Bai Jiansheng, stood up and said to his daughter, Bai Yueran, "Isn't it time to go?" Bai Yueran nodded. "Let's go." Both of their expressions were extremely calm. There wasn't a single trace of disappointment from losing the election. At that moment, Bai Jiansheng's phone suddenly vibrated. He took out his phone and swiped it open to look. Surprise flashed across his face. "What is it, father? Is something wrong?" Bai Yueran didn't miss the change in Bai Jiansheng's expression and asked with concern. The corners of Bai Jiansheng's lips curved imperceptibly. He quickly calmed down and even became a bit serious. He handed the phone to Bai Yueran. "Look, something big has happened." Bai Yueran took the phone from Bai Jiansheng suspiciously and looked down at the title. Her eyes widened in shock as she looked at Bai Jiansheng. "No way. He just took office. Haha. Taking shortcuts for quick success won't end well," Bai Jiansheng muttered in a low voice. Aside from his daughter, Bai Yueran, no one else heard. Bai Yueran lowered her head and carefully read the message on Bai Jiansheng's phone again before returning it to him. She said sincerely, "Father, you're still the most broad-minded. You stand high and see far. I've always taught you not to fuss over momentary gains and losses. As long as we have a clear conscience, we'll be able to remain calm regardless of the outcome." Bai Jiansheng straightened his clothes. "Come, let's go back. Aren't you going to comfort Prime Minister Tan?" Bai Yueran's eyes flashed as she looked backstage. "I'm not going. Old Tan definitely doesn't want to see anyone right now, much less us," Bai Jiansheng said emotionally. He also turned back to look. "This matter was handled by your Uncle Gao from the Procuratorate. Go back and call your Uncle Gao and ask about the situation." The head of the Supreme Procuratorate, Gao Kaiwei, was an old friend of Bai Jiansheng's and was considered a family friend of the Bai family. "I understand, father." Bai Yueran was now completely in awe of Bai Jiansheng, and her attitude was even more respectful than before. As soon as they walked out of the National Center for the Performing Arts, the people from the Procuratorate escorted Kai Songyin out from the back door and into the car of the Supreme Procuratorate. As soon as the door closed, the carriage was plunged into endless darkness. Kai Songyin could only watch as the light outside the car window moved further and further away from her. She hugged her body and curled up in a corner of the car. Her heart was filled with fear and unease. Gu Yanran was also a guest at the Prime Minister's inauguration that night. To be honest, when she received the invitation from the Prime Minister's wife, Kai Songyin, she was quite flattered. She had originally been racking her brains to get a ticket, but unfortunately, Gunyinji wasn't there at that time. She also didn't have a strong relationship with the upper echelons of the Huaxia Empire, so it was difficult to get a ticket. So when Kai Songyin personally came to deliver the invitation, Gu Yanran was extremely excited. She expressed her gratitude to Kai Songyin and donated another $1 million to her husband, Tan Dongbang's campaign fund, as a political contribution. Kai Songyin saw that Gu Yanran was so sensible and wanted to rope her in to manipulate Gunyinji, so she saw Gu Yanran in a new light. At the inauguration that night, Kai Songyin even brought her daughter, Tan Gyron, to introduce them and talk to her for a while. But before this friendship could take root, Kai Songyin got into trouble. After Prime Minister Tan's inauguration, Gu Yanran received a text from Yixian. "Yanran, look at Weibo." Gu Yanran opened Weibo in confusion. When she saw the headlines and trending searches, she almost couldn't believe her eyes. What was going on? Something had happened to Kai Song-yin. Her heart was in a mess. Putting away her phone, she found a staff member and asked, "May I ask where Mrs. Tan is?" She asked me to go find her. The staff member had seen Kai Song-yin talking to Gu Yanran before and thought they were close, so she pointed backstage. "She's in the VIP room over there." Gu Yanran grabbed her handbag and walked anxiously to the VIP room. Before she reached the door, she suddenly saw a few men in black uniforms walk out. Kai Song-yin was walking in the middle of them. She didn't have her usual smug self. Instead, her face was ashen. Her eyes were dull, and she had a jacket draped over her arm. Gu Yanran could tell at a glance that Kai Song-yin's hands were handcuffed, even though she had covered them with a jacket. How could they be so fast? Gu Yanran quickly moved to the side to make way for them. Only after they left did she walk to the VIP room backstage. There were Prime Minister Tan's bodyguards, assistants, and secretaries guarding the door. Seeing that someone had arrived, these people said politely, "This is the VIP room. We don't accept guests." Gu Yanran quickly said, "I'm here to see Miss Tan. I just saw Mrs. Tan go out with someone." Seeing that these people weren't moved, Gu Yanran continued, "I'm Gu Yanran. Mrs. Tan has a few words for me to pass to Prime Minister Tan and Miss Tan." "Really? What did Mrs. Tan say?" Prime Minister Tan's secretary asked suspiciously. He wasn't fooled by her. Gu Yanran said confidently, "Please go ask Prime Minister Tan. If he has no objections, I will tell you what Mrs. Tan wants me to pass on." The secretary blushed at Gu Yanran's words. Rubbing his nose, he said, "Wait a moment." He pushed the door open and said to the worried father and daughter inside, "Prime Minister, there's a Miss Gu Yanran outside. She said she just met Mrs. Tan and wanted to pass on a message to you and Miss Tan." Gu Yanran? Tan Dongbang had some impression of the name, but wasn't familiar. Tan Guiran remembered and said, "Daddy, Mommy took me to talk to this Miss Gu tonight." She paused and said, "She's Gu Nianji's older sister." Gu Nianji's older sister? Oh, I remember now. Prime Minister Tan nodded and raised his voice to say, "Let her in." The bodyguards, assistants, and secretaries waiting outside the door all made way for Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran smiled at them and pushed the door open to walk inside. Tan Dongbang and Tan Guiran were the only two people in the VIP room. Tan Dongbang had just turned 50, but he took good care of himself, so he looked like he was in his early 40s. He was tall, handsome, and elegant. He stood next to Tan Guiran and was constantly comforting her. He even wiped her tears. His fatherly appearance made Gu Yanran stare at him for a long time before she finally said, "Mr. Prime Minister, Miss Tan." Tan Dongbang looked up to see an elegant and beautiful woman standing in front of them. Her long, black hair flowed smoothly behind her. She looked inconspicuous at first glance, but with a second glance, she was a delicate beauty that people couldn't look away from. Gu Yanran was wearing a cherry blossom pink Chanel evening gown that night. Her collarbones were exposed, and her breaths rose and fell gently. Tan Dongbang only glanced at her before looking away. "Is that Miss Gu? What message did my wife want you to pass on to us?" Gu Yanran walked to Tan Guiran's side and looked at Tan Dongbang as she handed her phone to him. "Mrs. Tan didn't say anything to me. I was worried about her safety, so I came to see if there was anything I could help with." Tan Dongbang had no idea what had happened to Kai Song-yin. He was in a state of anxiety, so his mood worsened after hearing Gu Yanran's words. However, he didn't say anything out of politeness. He also didn't want to look at Gu Yanran's phone, but as soon as he looked down, he saw the trending searches related to Kai Song-yin. Tan Dongbang's heart skipped a beat as he took Gu Yanran's phone to read. He only read a few trending news articles, but he couldn't hold it in anymore. How could this be? How could this be? What the hell is going on? Daddy, what's going on? Don't scare me. Tan Guiran started crying again. Gu Yanran comforted Tan Guiran and wiped her tears with a handkerchief as she said to Tan Dongbang, "Mr. Prime Minister, the most important thing right now is to get Mrs. Tan back. Do you know anyone in the Procuratorate who can see what we can do?" Tan Dongbang shook his head and sighed. "Miss Gu, you don't understand. Song-yin is in the Procuratorate right now for tea. We can't go there to look for her right now. If they went to look for her now, They would only give the enemy a handle and would do more harm than good to Kai Songyin's case. This was something he understood. Gu Yanran didn't know much about the Huaxia imperial bureaucracy, but she knew about foreign officialdom. It could be summed up in one word: throw money. Mr. Prime Minister, I hit it off with your wife the moment I met her. I really can't bear to see a good person covered in dust and a good person suffering. If you need help, please let me know. No matter if it's money or effort. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you. Gu Yanran said very sincerely and immediately won Tan Dongbang and Tan Gairan's favor. Sister Gu, thank you so much. You're the best. Tan Gairan held on to Gu Yanran's hand with tears in her eyes and refused to let go. Tan Dongbang pulled himself together and planned on going back to discuss their countermeasures with his advisors. He said to Gu Yanran, "Thank you, Miss Gu, for your timely help. We're still in shock from what happened today. I'll treat Miss Gu to tea another day, but I won't keep you today." "No problem, I understand. You guys take care, and don't be too sad." Gu Yanran patted Tan Gairan's shoulder and turned to leave. In Ma Chichi's villa, Gunyinji and Ma Chichi held their phones and kept refreshing the news to track the latest developments. So even the procuratorate made a move. How did it happen so quickly? Gunyinji also didn't expect a long Weibo post would drag down the Prime Minister's wife. Xiaoheng leaned back on the sofa behind her. He clenched his fist and rested it on his chin as he calmly explained to Gunyinji, Tan Dongbang became the Prime Minister as a dark horse. So many people don't like him. No one would let go of such a good opportunity. This is the first update. It's the third update today. Don't forget your recommendation votes, dear ones. The monthly vote will be 8,400 plus updates at 1 p.m., and the third update will be at 7 p.m. It's the last 3 days of the month, and the double monthly votes are continuing. Do you still have monthly votes, dear ones? Chapter 751. Yin Xixiang, who was sitting next to Ma Chichi, heard Hua Xiaoheng's words and felt extremely emotional. Hua Xiaoheng, who always gave orders and never explained, was only an exception to Gunyinji. He was actually explaining to her the complicated interests in the officialdom. Gunyinji also understood that someone was taking advantage of the situation to mess with the Tan family. Tan Dongbang didn't have long experience in the Ministry of Justice. He had been a Minister of Justice for less than one term before announcing his candidacy for Prime Minister. Compared to Bai Jiansheng, who had been the Minister of the Interior for several terms, his luck could be considered exceptional. Everyone knew that Tan Dongbang's election was inextricably linked to his wife, Kai Songyin, who was especially good at creating publicity online and through the media. Today, Kai Songyin had fallen because of the media's publicity, so it could be considered Xiaohe's success and failure. Gunyinji instantly thought through Hua Xiaoheng's words. However, He Jichu glanced at Hua Xiaoheng with displeasure and said coldly, "Nianji doesn't need to get involved in your politics. Mr. Hua, please be careful." He then said to Gu Nianji, "Nianji, do you want to be the best lawyer or a politician?" Gu Nianji was speechless. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you want to be the best lawyer. As a lawyer, the most important thing is to have a heart of justice. Without a fair stance, it's difficult to make the right judgment. Without the right judgment, you can't be invincible in court." He Jichu spoke with conviction and looked like a strict teacher who trained brilliant students. Gu Nianji instinctively nodded. "Of course I like being a lawyer more. Especially when fighting in court, it didn't matter if the opponent was the defendant or the plaintiff. The feeling of using wisdom and logic to crush the opponent was amazing." He Jichu's cold expression softened slightly. He placed his hand on Gu Nianji's shoulder and encouraged her. "Then work hard and be the most successful lawyer." Hua Xiaoheng slowly put both hands into his trouser pockets, his dark eyes gleaming under the light. "Nianji, no matter what you want to do, be a lawyer or a politician. As long as it's something you want to do, I will support you." He Jichu's lips couldn't help twitching. "Hua Xiao, you must go against me, right? I'm not that free. Professor He, you think too much. I'm just stating the facts." Hua Xiaoheng bowed slightly. He Jichu laughed coldly and didn't say anything else. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. She decided to ignore it. Biting her lower lip, she tapped her fingers lightly and sent another message to Tan Dongbang's official Prime Minister's office email, urging them to delete the post. Ma Qiqi looked curiously at Yijichu and then at Huo Xiaoheng. She seemed to understand something and was about to speak when a large hand suddenly covered her mouth. Who? Ma Qiqi turned her head and glared at him, only to find Yin Shixiang smiling at her. Of course, he was also covering her mouth. Ma Qiqi's anger immediately disappeared without a trace like snow under the sun. Blushing, she looked at Yin Shixiang and gestured for him to take his hand away. Yin Shixiang chuckled and let go. At this time, a cell phone rang in the chess room. Qiqi, it's time to eat. It was Ma Qiqi's mother calling her. Ma Qiqi seemed to snap out of her daze and jumped up from the floor to tug at Gunyinji. Okay, we can finally eat. Ninji, come, you're the birthday girl today. Everything was prepared for you. We're all your guests. Yin Shixiang folded his hands behind his back and couldn't help but think about the feeling of Ma Qiqi's lips on his palm. This girl looked very carefree and straightforward, but she had a pair of very soft lips. Yin Shixiang suddenly realized that he was a little distracted. Ma Qiqi led the guests from the chess room downstairs to the dining room. Ma Qiqi's dining room had a large round table with a large turntable in the middle. It was similar to a restaurant's dining table. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious dishes personally made by Ma Qiqi's parents. In the middle was a simple clay pot with lotus root and pork ribs stewed in it all afternoon. It was Ninji's must-order every time she went to a Hubei restaurant. Near the clay pot was a plate of spicy shredded pork. The green shredded pepper, coriander, and dried red chili were stir-fried together. The shredded pork was coated in gravy, so it was still tender and white when it came out of the pot. It melted in the mouth. Clockwise from the turntable, there was a plate of pearl dumplings, a plate of coleslaw with pig head meat, a bowl of dark red braised pork with icing, white garlic and vermicelli stuffed oysters, pepper and salt managed shrimp, and a large bowl of mapo tofu that made people sneeze at the smell. It was definitely made with authentic green pepper. The rest of the dishes were spinach with garlic, vegetables with oyster sauce, braised pork meatballs, dried pot with apricot mushrooms, fried squid rings with small onions, green fish with pickled cabbage and chili, and red braised pork. They were all served in large soup bowls that filled the table. Gunyinji glanced at them and realized they were all home-cooked dishes. Most of them were her favorites. A warm feeling suddenly welled up in her heart. Ma Qiqi's mother came out after changing and took Gunyinji's hand. Ninji, come sit. It's your birthday today. After eating, there's also steamed crabs. Qiqi also prepared a birthday cake for you. Thank you, Auntie. Gunyinji nodded gratefully. Ma Qiqi's mother pulled Gunyinji to sit next to her. Ma Qiqi was on her other side, and Ma Qiqi's father was next to her. Huo Xiaoheng sat next to Ma Qiqi's mother and was only one seat away from Gunyinji. Yijichu didn't want to sit too close to Huo Xiaoheng, but if he didn't sit next to Huo Xiaoheng, he would be even further away from Gunyinji. As he hesitated, Huo Xiaoheng had already pulled Yin Shixiang to sit next to him. Yijichu could only sit between Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi's father. This position happened to be right across from Gunyinji. Yijichu smiled and nodded to Gunyinji before sitting down. Here, eat more. Why are you so skinny? You must not eat properly normally, right? Are you picky about food? Ma Qiqi's mother whispered to Gunyinji, you can't just eat meat. You have to eat vegetables too. She was a very gentle middle-aged woman, and Ma Qiqi's personality was completely different from her mother's. She probably took after her father. Gunyinji had never been taken care of so carefully by a woman of her age. She felt more and more like someone was pulling a string in her heart. Every time Ma Qiqi's mother spoke to her gently, it tugged at her heartstrings. Okay, thank you, Auntie. I'll eat. Gunyinji ate everything Ma Qiqi's mother put in her bowl. Even her least favorite dishes, onions and squid, she ate them without hesitation. Although she felt a little nauseous, she didn't refuse because she was too greedy for the gentle feeling Ma Qiqi's mother gave her. In terms of concern, Huo Xiaoheng, Yin Shixiang, Zhao Yangzi, and He Zichu were definitely more concerned about her than Annie Ma, who she had just met. However, Gu Nianji felt that Annie Ma's concern was different from Hua Xiaoheng's and the others. It was like there was a place in her heart that even she didn't know was missing. But Annie Ma's concern quietly raised a flag there to let her know that there was something lacking. Later, she realized that this kind of concern was the kind that belonged to a mother. This kind of lack was the lack of maternal love. Watching Gu Nianji gulp down the onions and squid rings, not only did He Zichu and Hua Xiaoheng feel restless, but even Yin Xixiang couldn't take it anymore. He put down his chopsticks several times and wanted to say something, but when he saw Gu Nianji's face contorted and she still ate without refusing, he couldn't say anything. He only felt a little sorry for her. This child had always been like this. She wouldn't let go the moment someone gave her a good thing. Xiaoheng remembered the books on child and adolescent psychology that he had borrowed from Chun Lai the past few days. He knew very well that Gu Nianji's symptoms were a very serious maternal love deficiency. It wasn't that she didn't remember maternal love because she lost her memory. It was that in the depths of her memory, which was her subconscious, there was no place for maternal love at all. In other words, this was a child who had never tasted maternal love since she was young. Therefore, she had a strong sense of insecurity. This insecurity was probably rooted in the depths of her memory before she lost her memory. Hua Xiaoheng looked at Gu Nianji quietly. She didn't feel anything and only quietly looked at Ma Chi-Chi's mother as she ate. Her expression was one of curiosity, obedience, and a slight desire to please. Hua Xiaoheng suddenly felt uncomfortable and stood up. "You guys eat slowly. I'll go out and make a call." He quickly walked out, and soon after, He Zichu's phone also rang. He took it out and looked at it before also standing up. "I'll go take a call." The two of them walked one after the other to the big tree in the backyard. Hua Xiaoheng held a cigarette in his hand, and it glowed scarlet in the darkness. He Zichu walked over and said dryly, "Mr. Hua, is there something you need from me?" Hua Xiaoheng took a drag of his cigarette and flicked the ash before finally saying, "He Zichu, tell me directly. What do you want for Nianji to find her parents?" He Zichu was speechless. He looked away, his shimmering, sultry eyes flashing in the night sky. "I don't understand what you're talking about. You schemed and started looking for Nianji 7 years ago. It wasn't until a year ago that you suddenly came to our country from America after hearing news of Nianji." Hua Xiaoheng laid his cards on the table. "He Zichu, I believe that you wouldn't harm Nianji. I believe that you came here to find her. But after you found her, why didn't you say anything about bringing her home? What about her parents? Are they still alive? What are you talking about?" He Zichu frowned with a confused expression. "You saw it just now? You should know what Nianji is yearning for. She's been with us for 7 years, and although she lost her memory, she hasn't mentioned her parents even once. She's a 12-year-old, so even if she lost her memory, she would still know the meaning of her parents." Hua Xiaoheng continued to persuade He Zichu, hoping he could help Nianji. After a long time, He Zichu finally said with a cold expression, "Gu Xiangwen is her father. What's the problem?" "What's the problem?" Hua Xiaoheng threw away the cigarette in his hand and growled, "Don't tell me that you don't know that Gu Xiangwen isn't her biological father." This was the second update, and the monthly votes were 8,400 plus updates. Today was the third update. A reminder to everyone, don't forget your recommendation votes. It was the third update at 7 p.m. There were only 3 days left until the end of the month, and the double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 752. He Zichu snickered and put his hands in his trouser pockets. He walked a few steps under the tree and looked up at the night sky. "So that's how it is. You guys only found out now? You gave us this clue and brought Gu Xiangwen back under your suggestion. He Zichu, what are you trying to do? Is it fun to play tricks on people? I have nothing better to do than play tricks on people. What am I trying to do? Mr. Hua, I'm helping you." He Zichu continued to sneer. "Didn't you want Nianji to have an identity that can pass the background check? I'll let go so that Nianji could be with the person she likes. What about you? What did you do? You've broken her heart. If I had known this would be the result of letting her stay by your side, I would have taken her back immediately and not given you any chance to hurt her. Hijichu also hardened his stance. You won't have a chance again. I advise you to stay away from Yinji, or I won't be polite. Xiaoheng froze. He stood motionless under the tree's shade. The leaves were sparse, and the moonlight shone through the treetops. The swaying light reflected on Xiaoheng's body. His face was hidden in the darkness, and his expression was silent. His mind was racing, but he didn't know where to start. After a while, Xiaoheng said, "So you admit that you deliberately gave Yinji a fake identity?" Fake identity? Hijichu frowned. That's the real identity. Yinji is Gu Xiangwen's daughter. I'll say that no matter where I am. But that Gu Xiangwen's DNA doesn't match with Yinji. How do you explain that? Xiaoheng crossed his arms. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at Hijichu in the dark. He didn't miss any expression or movement. Hijichu shook his head nonchalantly and smiled faintly. Major General Hua, I know the DNA doesn't match. That's why I asked you to find Yinji's dental records and blood samples when she was young. Xiaoheng was speechless. Since you can use indirect methods to prove Yinji's identity, why don't you use indirect methods to prove Gu Xiangwen's identity? Hijichu raised his long brows. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes filled with glee. Xiaoheng gradually understood. Hijichu's words proved 2 points of view. Firstly, there was something wrong with Gu Xiangwen. Secondly, to verify Gu Xiangwen's identity, they had to start with Gu Xiangwen's indirect records, such as his dental records and blood samples before the accident. But where was she going to find dental records and blood samples from before the accident? They had once spent half a year looking for Gu Xiangwen, but to no avail. After Xie Zhao's reminder, he went to investigate Kevin Ku and found out a little about his academic achievements. In the end, they discovered that this person had hidden himself very well. Other than academic records, they could not find any other traces. Xiaoheng looked at Hijichu and said bluntly, "Why indirectly? Why can't we just do it? Because I can't do it directly. I can only do it indirectly." Hijichu didn't say anything. Xiaoheng didn't want to play tongue twisters with him, so he settled for the next best thing. "Then do you know where to find indirect evidence?" Hijichu shrugged. "I'm sorry, I don't know. I really don't know." His action was very similar to Gu Yinji's. Xiaoheng found it a bit irritating, so he looked away and asked, "Then how do you know there's something wrong with Gu Xiangwen?" "It's very simple. Because of Gu Yanran." Hijichu looked at Xiaoheng like he was an idiot. "There's such a big living person there, and you can actually ignore it?" "Major General Hua, you don't have to expose yourself here, do you?" "Professor He, don't judge others by your own standards." Xiaoheng composed himself and resumed his calm demeanor. "Then you mean there's something wrong with Gu Yanran too?" "I didn't say that. Gu Yanran is also a real daughter of the Gu family." Hijichu spread his hands. "But let me remind you, don't expect women to think rationally. If you push them too hard, they'll go crazy and be completely clueless." Xiaoheng said, "Professor He is very experienced. I've learned a lot." Hijichu couldn't be bothered to argue with him anymore. He snorted and returned to the house. Xiaoheng stood under the tree for a while before taking out his phone to text Zhao Yangzi. "Help me make an appointment with Xie Zhao. I have something to talk to him about." Xie Zhao's current wife was Speaker Long's cousin. Speaker Long had tried to matchmake Xiaoheng and Xie Qingying, but of course it didn't work out. That was already last year. Xiaoheng had learned about Gu Xiangwen's international reputation and status from Xie Zhao. Xie Zhao's deceased wife was called Gu Tian. This person was probably Gu Xiangwen's younger sister. According to Xie Zhao, Gu Tian was Gu Xiangwen's biological sister. Xiaoheng remembered that Gu Tian's daughter, Xie Qingying's DNA, was related to Gu Yinji. This proved that Gu Tian and Gu Yinji were related. If only he had Gu Tian's DNA. Xiaoheng still remembered what Xie Zhao had said about Gu Tian and Gu Xiangwen last year. So what if he's famous? He's someone who goes back on his word and doesn't even care about his own sister's life. I don't want to talk to him no matter how capable he is. The truth is, I haven't contacted him since my wife passed away. 26 years ago, at my wife's funeral, I beat him up and chased him away. I told him never to come back to my house again. It's useless even if he came. I never let him in. He still came for the first few years after my wife passed away, but I chase him away every time. He stopped coming and only sent birthday gifts to Qingying every year. However, since 6 years ago, he hasn't sent Qingying any birthday presents. The 6 years ago that Xie Zhao mentioned happened to be the year Gu Xiangwen's plane crashed. What about Gu Xiangwen's wife? Hua Xiaoheng suddenly realized that neither He Zhichu nor Xie Zhao had ever mentioned Gu Xiangwen's wife. Not even once. But Gu Yanran had mentioned it, and they had also found the name Grace Ku on the passenger list of the MH210 plane that crashed. That should be Gu Xiangwen's wife's English name. Hua Xiaoheng fell into deep thought. He thought for a while and decided to clarify Gu Xiangwen's identity first before looking for Gu Xiangwen's wife, who was Gu Ninji's mother. It was also time for Xie Zhao to recognize this Gu Xiangwen. After sending the text, Hua Xiaoheng returned to the dining room and glanced around to see that Gu Ninji wasn't at her seat. Before he could ask, Yin Shixiang understood the look in his eyes and smiled. Ninji went to the bathroom. She must have gone to throw up. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and quietly went to heat a glass of water to put on Gu Ninji's table. He Zhichu had already left the table and walked to the window to look at his phone. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang were chatting with Ma Qiqi's parents, and the four of them were very friendly. After a while, Gu Ninji came out of the bathroom. Her face was a bit pale, and she must have vomited badly. Hua Xiaoheng watched her walk over and sit on the chair. He picked up the warm water that Hua Xiaoheng had placed on her table and drank it in one gulp. Gu Ninji had almost puked her heart out in the bathroom. The smell of onions and squid lingered in her chest, and she wanted nothing more than to immerse herself inside and out in water to wash away the smell. You're all done? Come, let's eat some crabs. Ma Qiqi's father saw that everyone was almost done eating and went to the kitchen to bring over the steamed crabs. The large crabs weighed at least a catty each. They were tied up with straw ropes and steamed in the steamer until they were bright red. Cutting the ropes and removing the crab shells, they instantly saw the glistening yellow seeds. This is a full yellow crab. Ninji, you have good taste. Ma Qiqi winked at her and reached out to put one on the plate in front of her. He Zhichu walked back and sat down. He placed a crab with a rounded navel in front of him and began smashing it with the crab mallet. Hua Xiaoheng didn't need the crab mallet at all. His hands were more useful than any tool and could completely crush the crab shells with his bare hands. Therefore, the crabs were obedient in his hands. Soon, the plate in front of him was filled with a small mountain of freshly cut crab meat. Then he poured a little vinegar and shredded ginger. It was so fresh that she could forget all the troubles in the world. Gu Ninji focused on finishing one crab and was about to eat another when she suddenly realized that the plate in front of her had been taken away and replaced with 2 plates of freshly cut crab meat. One plate on the left and one plate on the right. Following the hand holding the plate, she first saw Hua Xiaoheng's handsome and solemn profile, then turned to see He Zhichu's elegant and warm smile. It was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone not to forget your recommendation votes. It was the last 3 days of the month, and the double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? Chapter 753. Eat. Don't eat any more after this plate. Crabs are cold, and eating too much isn't good for your body. Hua Xiaoheng pushed his plate of crab meat to Gu Ninji without batting an eyelid, and pushed He Zhichu's plate to the side. He Zhichu was speechless. The corners of Gu Ninji's mouth twitched as she glanced into the dining room. She got up to get a white porcelain bowl from the long table by the wall. She swept the 2 plates of crab meat into white porcelain bowls, then asked Ma Qiqi for a bag of bread slices and salad dressing. She made a few crab meat sandwiches and placed them neatly on small plates. Everyone in the cafeteria had a plate of them. Gu Ninji smiled. I'm offering to Buddha with borrowed flowers. Please don't mind. Hua Xiao and Professor, he took the crab meat apart, and the bread and salad dressing are from Qiqi's family. I only use my hands. Try it and see how it tastes. Ma Chi-Chi laughed so hard she almost had internal injuries. She smiled and took the crab sandwich from Gunyinji's hands. She took a bite and found it surprisingly delicious. The freshness of the crab meat and the consistency of the salad dressing blended together. It was wrapped in whole wheat bread. Her mouth was filled with the fragrance of food, and she couldn't stop eating. After finishing the crab sandwich, Massachusetts Chi-Chi giggled like a monkey on her mother's body and said cheekily, "Mom, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight? I'll make this crab sandwich for you." As she spoke, she snatched the crab sandwich from her mother's hands without giving her a chance to refute. "You child, why do I remember that you were the one who kept saying you wanted to lose weight?" Ma Chi-Chi's mother patted her with a smile. "Nyinji's crab sandwiches are delicious. You should learn from her." Gunyinji saw this and quickly placed the crab sandwich on her plate in front of Ma Chi-Chi's mother and said obediently, "Auntie, try this. It's clean. I haven't touched it." Ma Chi-Chi's mother turned around to see the longing in Gunyinji's large, bright eyes. She didn't know why, but her heart actually ached. She smiled as she took the crab sandwich from Gunyinji's small plate and took a big bite. "Yes, Nyinji's crab sandwich is really delicious. No wonder Chi-Chi cried and shouted for my share. Yeah, it's so delicious. I'll snatch it even if I cry and scream." Ma Chi-Chi made a face at Gunyinji and quickly finished the second crab sandwich in her hand. He licked his fingers and stared at the crab sandwich in his mother's hand, his eyes shining. When Ma Chi-Chi's mother saw this, she deliberately teased her. She held the crab sandwich in her hand and ate it with relish, constantly exclaiming, "Sai, why is it so delicious? It would be great if Nyinji was my daughter. Unfortunately, she's someone else's daughter. My daughter would never think of making sandwiches for me. She would only snatch them from me." It's just that comparing people to others is infuriating. Ma Chi-Chi was embarrassed. She stomped her feet and called out unwillingly, "Mom." Ma Chi-Chi's father smiled as he held Ma Chi-Chi's hand and said, "Your mother likes other people's daughters, and I like my own. We're even, ha ha ha. Daddy is the best. I like Daddy the most." Ma Chi-Chi was so happy that she hugged her father's neck and jumped and shouted. She was already very tall, but Ma Chi-Chi's father was even taller. She jumped and jumped in front of her father like a child. "Old Ma, you've gone too far. Don't take the opportunity to drive a wedge between us." Ma Chi-Chi's mother chided her husband with a giggle. Ma Chi-Chi quickly hugged her mother again. "Mom, I like you too. I like them all." The family of three was happy and harmonious, and the atmosphere was wonderful. Gunyinji had never seen a father, mother, and child's family being so harmonious. She was momentarily entranced by the sight of it. She thought, so this is what it feels like to have parents she didn't have to worry that they wouldn't like her if she did something wrong. She didn't have to worry that they would look down on her if she didn't do her best. Their love came from the bottom of their hearts and didn't ask for anything in return. It was all for their children. She finally understood that there was a truly selfless love in this world. It was the love parents had for their children. Everyone had a father and a mother. What about his own parents? If they were by her side, would they be like Ma Chi-Chi's parents and spoil her without asking for permission? As she thought about it, her big, bright eyes seemed to be covered by a layer of mist and suddenly became hazy. Hijichu saw it and felt a pang of sorrow. He walked to Gunyinji's side and picked up his crab sandwich to feed her. He smiled and said, "You want to eat crab sandwiches too? I ate half of them. If you don't mind, I'll give it all to you." His voice was cool and indifferent, but the words he just said had a rare, gentle, and compassionate tone. Gunyinji looked up at him and couldn't help opening her mouth to take a bite. Hua Xiaoheng saw this and also brought his own crab sandwich over. He said, "I haven't eaten mine yet. Do you want some?" Gunyinji saw him and seemed to come back to her senses. She blinked and said, "No, I don't want to eat. I'm full." "Okay, go back if you're full. It's already late." Hua Xiaoheng didn't mind and stuffed the crab sandwich on the small plate into his mouth. He finished it in a few bites. In Xixiang couldn't help coughing and said to Ma Chi-Chi, "Huh? Didn't you say there was cake? Where is it? Don't tell me you only remembered to eat crab sandwiches and forgot about our Nyinji's birthday cake." "Oh, no. Ma Chi-Chi jumped up. "I'll go get the cake." Ninji, please don't leave. With that, he dashed towards the kitchen. Gunninji quickly said, Chi-Chi, don't rush. Run slowly. Ma Chi-Chi's parents also sincerely asked them to stay. Eat the cake before you go. Chi-Chi spent a lot of effort preparing it. Ma Chi-Chi's mother took out another red envelope and put it in Gunninji's hand. Ninji, happy birthday. Have this day every year and every year. Gunninji accepted the red envelope and clutched it tightly in her hand. She kept saying, Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie, don't mention it. Come over with Chi-Chi more often in the future. She's the only child in our family. She always says the house is too lonely. It'll be much livelier with you around. Ma Chi-Chi's mother saw that Gunninji was obedient and cute. She also heard that she was a straight-A student, so her impression of Gunninji improved. They could only rest assured being friends with a child like this. Ma Chi-Chi quickly brought over the birthday cake she had prepared for Gunninji. It was actually an ice cream cake. It was covered with a layer of snow-white cream and frosting. The words, Happy Birthday, were written in simple cursive. Gunninji laughed and winked at Ma Chi-Chi. Huh, ice cream cake. It's delicious. Actually, Ma Chi-Chi was the one who liked ice cream cake, but her mother said that it was too high in calories and didn't allow her to eat it. Therefore, although Ma Chi-Chi craved it, she never secretly ate it outside because she was a very obedient child. She promised her mother that she wouldn't eat ice cream cake. Even if it was outside where her mother couldn't see, she wouldn't eat it. However, it was still okay to use a classmate's birthday as an excuse to get some benefits for herself and eat it openly in front of her mother. Gunninji understood what she was thinking. Smiling, she picked up the long knife and cut the ice cream cake into pieces. She put a small plate over to everyone. Ma Chi-Chi ate the most and fought with In Shixiang over the food. The whole house was filled with the sound of her and In Shixiang's laughter. By the time they finished eating the ice cream cake, it was already 11 p.m. Hua Xiaoheng said to Ma Chi-Chi's parents, Thank you for your hospitality today. Thank you for making Ninji's birthday dinner. It was very sumptuous. Mr. Hua, you're too kind. It was just a simple home-cooked meal. Mr. Hua's crab was the real highlight, Ma Chi-Chi's father said humorously. He nodded at Gunninji. Ninji, come with Chi-Chi often in the future when you have time. Treat her like your own home. Gunninji's eyes reddened at Ma Chi-Chi's father's words. She forced herself not to reveal any strange expression and answered crisply, Yes, uncle. On the way back, Ma Chi-Chi followed Gunninji out the front door. In Shixiang was forced to go forward by Hua Xiaoheng. He smiled at Ma Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi, do you want to take my car? I'll take you back to school. Ma Chi-Chi's eyes lit up. She nodded instinctively. Sure. She then remembered that she and Gunninji had both taken He Jichu's car. It was on the way, but she had a trouble In Shixiang again. That didn't seem like a good idea. Ma Chi-Chi turned to look at Gunninji. Gunninji understood what she was thinking and pushed her with a smile. Okay, you go take Brother Xiong's car. I'll take Professor He's car. She purposely said, It'll be quieter without you. You chatter too much. It's too noisy. What? I'm noisy. Ma Chi-Chi pointed at her own nose exaggeratedly. I heard that someone has been a chatterbox since she was young. Heard? Who did you hear that from? Huh? Gunninji pushed Ma Chi-Chi with a smile. Okay, I know you guys could talk about anything. Go now. Look, Brother Xiong's face is red. In Shixiang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took Ma Chi-Chi's hand. Let's go. My car is over there. He took Ma Chi-Chi to the car and sat in the passenger seat. He got into the driver's seat and quickly started the car. He drove away. Ma Chi-Chi held the hand In Shixiang had just held and thought, his hand is big and warm. Ma Chi-Chi didn't snap out of her daze until the car had driven some distance away. She looked back and asked curiously, Huh? Where's Hua Xiao? Didn't you say Hua Xiao went out for business and gave you a ride? This was Hua Xiao's car. Why did they drive it away? In Shixiang was speechless. Then he slapped his forehead exaggeratedly. Oh no, I forgot Hua Xiao at your house. What should I do? Ma Chi-Chi rolled her eyes at him and muttered, I don't know what you're doing. How could you forget something like that? In Shixiang quickly took out his phone to call Gunninji. He pretended to say, Nianji, did you leave? Chi-Chi and I are leaving first. Huashao, please take him back. Is that okay? This is the first update. It's the third update today. A reminder to everyone, don't forget your recommendation tickets. The monthly tickets are 8,900 plus updates at 1 p.m. and the third update at 7 p.m. It's the last 2 days of the month. The double monthly tickets are continuing. Do you still have monthly tickets? P.S. Thank you, Enigmayanxi, for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Alright, do you prefer to update several updates at once or update 3 times a day? Chapter 754. By the time Gu Nianji received Yin Shixiang's call, Huashaoheng was already in He Jichu's car. She regretted sitting in He Jichu's passenger seat just now. Then she wouldn't have to sit with Huashaoheng. She didn't feel anything else but awkwardness. She turned her head to look out the window and chuckled at Yin Shixiang. She said faintly, Brother Xiong, how dare you forget about your chief? Do you think I'm stupid? Yin Shixiang chuckled. Nianji, don't expose the truth. Also, the chief understands that it's not easy for an old leftover man like me. You should understand too, right? You an old leftover man. Gu Nianji burst out laughing. Brother Xiong, you're really good at making up stories. She gradually calmed down. She hung up and turned to look at Huashaoheng, sitting on the other side. Huashao, Brother Xiong asked us to take you back. Where are you going? Huashaoheng propped his head on his hand and leaned against the window. He replied calmly, to your school. To my school? Gu Nianji was speechless. Why are you going to my school so late? Huashaoheng glanced at her with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Big Xiong took Chi-Chi back to school. I'm going to wait for him there. Gu Nianji replied with an, oh, and called Yin Shixiang again. Brother Xiong, Huashao asked you to wait for him at my school. Yin Shixiang acknowledged and secretly sent Huashaoheng a text to ask if that was the case. Huashaoheng casually replied, yes, and put his phone away. He Jichu sat in the front, driving, and felt indescribably frustrated. He really wanted to stop on the side of the road and ask Gu Nianji to sit in front. Or maybe you should ask Gu Nianji to sit in front right now. It seemed to be against traffic rules and wasn't very safe. He coughed and turned on the car stereo. Debussy's Moonlight instantly flowed out like water. The melodious melody had a soothing effect. Gu Nianji leaned her head against the window and stared at the scenery outside in a daze. Her eyes were wide open. From his angle, Huashaoheng could even see the rows of street lights reflected in her pupils. It was like a sky full of stars were in her eyes. It was obvious that Gu Nianji was still immersed in the happy life of Ma Chi-Chi's family. Huashaoheng thought about it expressionlessly and said, Chi-Chi's family is really not bad. I can tell that her parents are decent people and love their children very much. Gu Nianji, however, there are also some parents who don't have deep feelings for their children. To them, their children are just tools or missions. Once they complete them, everything will be fine. What was he talking about? Gu Nianji couldn't help but glance at Huashaoheng. Huashaoheng wasn't looking at her. Instead, he was looking in the direction of his car window. Gu Nianji could only see the outline of his handsome profile and the perfect curve of his jaw. There are also parents who don't care about their children at all, but when their children grow up, they make all sorts of demands on them. They want their children to do anything they can to repay their kindness. Huashaoheng's voice was very low, and it was accompanied by the sound of the piano that sounded like a mountain spring. It had a different kind of charm to it. Gu Nianji frowned and was about to retort when He Jichu, who was driving, also spoke. Huashao has a point. Nianji, Chi-Chi's parents are already very good parents. Most parents aren't that good. I've been a lawyer for so many years, and I've seen many irresponsible and unimaginable parents. There was once a very rich man in the United States who made a will before he died. He left all of his inheritance to the children of his later wife, including the children of that wife and her ex-husband. However, he didn't share a single cent with his biological children from his ex-wife. There was also a mother who pimped out her biological daughter so that she could earn money to pay off her gambling debts. Gu Nianji was speechless. So these two people saw that she was envious of Chi-Chi's parents today, so they came to educate her about how many unreliable parents there were in this world. Gunyinji silently knelt before these two people, but wanted to listen to such negative things. It wasn't like she didn't know. She sighed and said weakly, "I understand. I was just feeling emotional for a moment. Actually, even without parents, I've grown up in..." She glanced at Hua Xiaohong. If she didn't use the standards of lovers to measure him, he was indeed flawless to her. He Zhichu had no choice but to agree with Hua Xiaohong. He felt uncomfortable all over. However, he had to agree because he didn't want Gun Yinji to be stubborn. Gun Yinji suddenly thought of Hua Xiaohong and He Zhichu's situation. Hua Xiaohong didn't need to be mentioned. Although he had biological parents, his father was unreliable and his mother devoted herself to scientific research. He was raised by his grandmother. As for paternal and maternal love, he probably didn't enjoy much of it. Of course, his parents were by his side, and Annie Song undoubtedly loved Hua Xiao a lot. However, Annie Song and Annie Ma were two completely different types of people, so they couldn't be compared. However, Gunyinji liked them both. She wanted to be someone who could be independent like Annie Song, but she also wanted to have a mother like Annie Ma. Was she being too greedy? Gunyinji's fingers gently tapped the window to the rhythm of the piano. She looked at He Zhichu, who was driving diagonally in front of her. She vaguely remembered He Zhichu mentioning once that his mother passed away when he was 10 years old. He was raised by his father himself. His father didn't remarry for more than 10 years because of him. It wasn't until He Zhichu was almost 30 that his father married the confidant who had always been by his side. Gunyinji gradually calmed down when she thought of this. Okay, they weren't from families like Ma Chi-Chi's, so they could understand each other, right? However, Gunyinji still felt that they were different from her. Regardless of whether their parents truly loved them or not, they all knew who their parents were and where their roots were. Gunyinji was different. She didn't remember her parents, her hometown, or her childhood, so her sense of insecurity and desire for maternal love were deeper than theirs. She had to graduate quickly. After graduation, she could be independent as soon as possible and begin her journey to find her mother. She couldn't rely on others. Gunyinji thought about it vaguely. Slowly, drowsiness overtook her, and she leaned against the window to sleep. It had been an exhausting day. Even someone as energetic as her felt mentally and physically exhausted. Hua Xiaohong didn't hear her speak for a while. He sensed that her breathing was calm and light, like she was asleep. He turned to see that she was indeed asleep. However, her head was leaning against the window, and her arms were tightly wrapped around his chest as she curled up in the corner. Hua Xiaohong's eyes flashed. He sat over and pulled Gunyinji over to let her lean against his shoulder. Gunyinji was sleeping soundly when she felt a familiar scent in her dreams. She couldn't help leaning over to find a comfortable position. She heard the familiar sound of a heartbeat. It was the best lullaby, and she slept even more soundly. Hua Xiaohong looked down to see Gunyinji, who had fallen asleep clutching his shirt from his shoulder to his chest. His lips curled into a slight smile. Hua Xiaohong hugged her like that and let her rest on his chest. They slept all the way to the dormitory. He Zhichu saw it from the rearview mirror. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped the steering wheel, but he gritted his teeth and didn't make sound. In Shixiao had arrived a long time ago. After Ma Chi-Chi went up, he waited there alone. It was already past midnight, and there weren't many people on campus. In Shixiao didn't have to wait long before he saw He Zhichu's car drive over and park below the dormitory. The door opened, and Hua Xiaohong got out of the car. He then turned around and reached into the car to carry someone out. He Zhichu also got out of the car and called out to Hua Xiaohong. Hua Xiao, this isn't good, right? Hua Xiaohong stopped in his tracks and glanced at him. What's not good about it? Nianji is asleep. It's only a few steps. Just wake her up. He Zhichu walked over with a cold expression and called out, Nianji, wake up. His voice seemed to explode in her ear. Gunyinji opened her eyes in a daze and quickly felt something was wrong. She struggled to stand up. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to have leaned against Hua Xiaohong to sleep in the car. She suddenly felt very ashamed and didn't even look up. Professor He, thank you for driving me back. Good night. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the dormitory building. He Jichu didn't say anything. He texted Gu Nianji to rest well and drove away. In Shixiang finally walked over and said with a smile, Hua Xiao, can we go back now? Hua Xiaoheng didn't even look at him and extended his hand. Keys. In Shixiang placed the car keys in his hand and followed him into the car. They left the B University campus and returned to the Special Operations Forces headquarters base. The next day was Monday. Both Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi had morning classes. The two of them woke up at 7 o'clock and hurriedly finished their breakfast. Then, they carried their bags and rushed to their respective classrooms. On Monday, on the B University campus, students faced the rising sun and raced against the clock. They were full of fighting spirit. However, the world outside the campus wasn't as calm and peaceful. The news of a new First Lady being taken away by the Procuratorate on Prime Minister Tan's first day in office spread like a storm from Weibo to reality. Everyone, both online and offline, was paying attention to this major news. Tan Dongbang and his staff discussed it all night and finally decided to have a lawyer go to the Procuratorate to bring Kai Songyin back early the next morning. The legal reasoning they used was that the Procuratorate didn't have a court subpoena and couldn't set up a private courtroom to detain someone. If it was to assist in the investigation, a lawyer had to be present and couldn't be forced. The time couldn't exceed 12 hours. Tan Guirin cried all night and didn't fall asleep until the sun rose. Tan Dongbang couldn't care about her at this time. He only hoped that Tan Guirin would be obedient while he was under pressure. He had just sat down in his office when he received an internal call saying that Miss Gu Yanran was requesting to see Prime Minister Tan. She also brought the latest news about Mrs. Tan. Gu Yanran didn't come alone. She brought Yi Xian. Yi Xian had watched Kai Songyin's incident from beginning to end last night. He later told Gu Yanran that there was a very powerful computer expert among the people who messed with Kai Songyin. This is the second update. The monthly votes have been delivered at 8,900 plus updates. It's the third update today. Remind everyone not to forget your recommendation votes. The third update was at 7 p.m. There were only 2 days left until the end of the month. The double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? P.S. Okay, the initial plan is to try it out tomorrow night. The updates will be released at about 10 or 15 minutes past 12. You don't have to stay up late to wait. You can watch it as soon as you wake up in the morning. Moi. Chapter 755. This was truly a case of the expert observing the artistry, while the layman enjoying the show. Yesterday, the netizens online had only seen a big drama of magical realism. However, many computer experts also discovered that there was an invisible hand manipulating the situation behind the scenes. They expressed their professional opinions on Weibo. There was a team of computer experts behind the entire incident, and the team members coordinated methodically. There were so many searches, so many resources, as well as the amount of computing power needed to mine the IP, as well as the equipment requirements. All of this means that this wasn't a coincidence. It was a premeditated, planned, and executed cyber hacking that took a long time to plan and invest a large amount of manpower and resources. There are only a few organizations like this in the entire world. Let's wait and see which hacker organization will claim responsibility for this incident. Gu Yanran brought Yi Xian to Tan Dongbang's official residence. She didn't have enough eyes to take in everything on the way there. The famous number 32 Willow Alley, a place she had never been able to enter, had now opened its doors for her. She raised her head slightly and wore a reserved smile as she leisurely walked down the long hallway to Tan Dongbang's office. There were 2 staff members standing at the door. When they saw them enter, one of them leaned over to push open the office's thick, dark brown oak door. Gu Yanran smiled and said, "Thank you," before leading Yi Xian inside. Yi Xian's expression was calm from beginning to end, as though nothing there could surprise him. Gu Yanran was quite satisfied with his attitude and introduced him to Tan Dongbang with a smile. "This is Yi Xian. He's a computer expert." Tan Dongbang extended his hand to Yi Xian. Hello. Yi Xian shook his hand and smiled. Prime Minister Tan, I didn't expect you to look younger than on TV. I'm joking. I'm joking. Tan Dongbang wasn't in the mood to exchange pleasantries, so he asked Gu Yanran directly. You said there's a computer expert. What's going on? Gu Yanran nudged Yi Xian. Go ahead and explain it to Prime Minister Tan. Yi Xian nodded and took out his laptop from the briefcase he was carrying to demonstrate to Prime Minister Tan. I was watching this incident last night and was curious at the time. I looked up the IP address of the Long Weibo account, but I didn't expect that even with my abilities, I could only find it in a French library. Tan Dongbang was very disappointed. He frowned and said, Our people also found out about this. That's not all. His IP address was heavily disguised. I used some tricks and finally found out that his transfer was done directly through the Nanda satellite. Yi Xian's words were the main point. Prime Minister Tan, who can directly connect through the satellite and disguise the IP address. There aren't many people like that, right? Yi Xian's words almost directly pointed out that the alternate account was an insider. Tan Dongbang had long suspected that someone from the inside was against him. Otherwise, how could they have investigated their affairs so thoroughly? Yi Xian's words were exactly what he wanted, so his attitude became much warmer. He even called the staff over to ask Yi Xian and Gu Yanran if they wanted tea or coffee. Yi Xian ordered coffee, Gu Yanran ordered tea, and Tan Dongbang also ordered tea. They also asked the staff to send some snacks over, and the three of them ate as they chatted. During lunch, Gun Yinji scrolled through Weibo on her phone. When she saw the judgment of the computer experts on Weibo, she could not help but be speechless. How skilled did they have to be able to determine that her actions yesterday were a team effort? She was obviously the one who wanted to cause trouble on a whim, so she went against Mrs. Tan and Kai Song-yin's press release. These people really knew how to clean up the mess. The corners of Gun Yinji's lips curled up into a mocking smile. She logged on her own Weibo and used another alternate account to comment. Computer experts, if you determined that it was a team effort, can you cover up the fact that the Prime Minister's wife misappropriated campaign funds, used high-quality counterfeit patented jewelry, and allowed her daughter to wear stolen jewelry? Where are your morals? They've been eaten by dogs. Ma Chi-Chi quickly followed up. This is a good job of cleaning up the mess. I give the computer experts 99 points. 1 point less is because I don't want you to get arrogant. Her Weibo post was quickly pushed to the top. Even passers-by expressed that they could not let the hackers have their way. Hacker organization. These people's imagination is better than their computer skills. Ma Chi-Chi covered her mouth and laughed happily. Gun Yinji glanced at her and whispered, Prime Minister Tan and the others will definitely not let this go. You should calm down and not spill the beans to anyone. Although she was not afraid of them, the various troubles that would come from this would still give her a headache, so she wanted to avoid it as much as possible. I know. Do I need you to tell me? Also, how did yesterday's incident develop to such a dramatic conclusion? To be honest, I'm also confused. So don't worry. Even if someone tries to get information out of me, they won't be able to get anything out of me because I don't even know what happened myself. Ma Chi-Chi giggled as she finished her lunch in big bites. Then, she went back to her room to sleep. Gun Yinji looked at Weibo for a while more before logging out. The Huaxia Imperial Supreme Procurator's department responsible for supervising the election was called the Campaign Office. It was located on the highest floor of the Supreme Procuratorate building. Kai Song-yin had been brought there for questioning last night. She and Tan Dongbang were not ignorant fools. It was just that she had lived like a princess for many years and was bossy and arrogant, so she was not used to the environment there. Naturally, she did not say a word and kept repeating, I want to see my lawyer. The procuratorate had interrogated her for an entire night, but had not been able to pry her mouth open, so they felt very vexed. Meanwhile, the team of lawyers sent by the Tans had also arrived at the entrance of the Supreme Procuratorate and were holding a press conference at the main entrance. Hello, friends from the media. We are not here today to talk about benefits or build relationships. We are here for an innocent citizen of the empire who has been implicated. Although my client is the wife of the Prime Minister, She is first and foremost a citizen and enjoys the rights that a citizen should have. The reporter the Tans had found was Jean Wani, a lawyer from the JD law firm. She was no longer the small lawyer that people used to use as a shield. She was now a lawyer who could take charge of matters on her own. Her hair was combed short, and she was wearing Issey Miyake's latest business suit. She wore heels that were almost 3 inches high. Soon, the news of Jean Wani holding a press conference for her client, Kai Song-in, at the main entrance of the Supreme Procuratorate immediately spread like wildfire on Weibo. The video of the press conference was being shared everywhere. When Gun Yinji was bored in class, she couldn't help but take out her phone to check the latest situation. When she saw Jean Wani's video, Gun Yinji's hand paused. If she remembered correctly, this woman had been intimate with Brother Xiong for a period of time. This was the third watch. It was the third watch today. Remind everyone not to forget your recommendation votes. The third watch at 7 p.m. It was the last 2 days of the month, and the double monthly votes were continuing. Do you still have monthly votes? P.S. I'm talking about tomorrow night, which is Monday's update. It will be released in the wee hours. I'll give it a try and see how it goes. The update on Sunday would still be at the same time. You don't have to stay up late to wait. You can watch it the first thing you do when you wake up. Moi. Chapter 756. The last time she interacted with Jean Wani, Su Piaohong was still bouncing around her and Huo Xiaohong. She was so full of fighting spirit at that time and wouldn't let go of Huo Xiaohong. Do Qingyin and Su Piaohong were all chased away by her, but it was useless. Now she still broke up with Huo Xiaohong. Gun Yinji didn't care about the marriage certificate at all. To her, it was a piece of paper that could be invalidated at any time. Gun Yinji's emotions were complicated after she snapped out of her thoughts. She sighed and forwarded the video to Yin Shixiao. In less than a minute, Yin Shixiao texted her back. There was nothing else, just a question mark. Gun Yinji nodded with a smile and typed 3 words, Jean Wani. Yin Shixiao. Did she not remember, or was she playing dumb? Gun Yinji pouted and sent a haha before ignoring Yin Shixiao. Yin Shixiao looked at Gun Yinji's haha on his phone and felt uncomfortable all over. He looked at Jean Wani on the video and thought about Gun Yinji's attitude. He couldn't help thinking that if it was Chi-Chi, she wouldn't have said half of what she wanted to say. But when he thought about Ma Chi-Chi, he suddenly understood what Gun Yinji meant by haha. Oh no, this girl wouldn't think there was something going on between him and Jean Wani, would she? If she told Ma Chi-Chi about this, should she explain? Should she explain? Should she explain? After thinking about it for a while, Yin Shixiao sighed and surrendered to Gun Yinji. He sent her a text message. Little Grandaunt, I was wrong. Seeing the text, Gun Yinji smiled and replied, It's good to know your mistakes and correct them. This matter was considered over. Yin Shixiao and Jean Wani probably hadn't really developed anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. It was fine if there was some ambiguity between adult men and women. Without ambiguity, how could there be a follow-up? Because there were too few opportunities for love at first sight, couldn't he let everyone test it out? It was fine as long as it didn't cross the line. Because of Gun Yinji's video, Yin Shixiao also began to pay attention to the Supreme Procurator's progress. He went to report to Huo Xiaohong. Huo Xiao, the Tan sent a lawyer to the Procuratorate to demand for her. Huo Xiaohong said without looking up, If the Procuratorate hasn't completed the procedures after one night, I think the Prosecutor General will have to be replaced. Yin Shixiao was stunned. Huh? You know everything? Yeah, I don't know anything. Huo Xiaohong looked up from his computer and asked calmly, Why are you interested in the Tan's lawyer? Is it because of Jean Wani? Yin Shixiao almost knelt down. Who said Huo Xiao and Yinji were not a couple? Come at me. I'll beat you to death. The two of them even focused on the same thing. Of course not. Yin Shixiao scratched his head. But why do you all think that I would pay attention to Jean Wani? You don't know? Huo Xiaohong scolded him coldly. If you don't know, it seems like the Special Forces training isn't intense enough. Yin Shixiao quickly stood up straight and said loudly, Reporting to Chief, I was wrong. Nothing is better than being able to correct one's mistakes. You may leave. Huo Xiaohong waved his hand to dismiss him. In Shixiang heard this and thought of the text Gu Nianji had sent him. He almost knelt down again and wanted to ask, "Chief, are you monitoring my phone?" Of course, he wouldn't dare ask even if he had 100 guts. In Shixiang didn't even dare to look up as he left Hua Xiaoheng's office. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at the door and shook his head. What did the special forces do? It was intelligence work that involved observing people's words and expressions every day. What did you mean by telling me that you couldn't understand a woman who admired you? You must be kidding me. In Shixiang returned to his office and sat down. His back was soaked in cold sweat. He could swear that he didn't have any feelings for Jean Wani, but he knew very well that Jean Wani didn't have any feelings for him. However, he hadn't explicitly rejected her, mostly because he didn't have any bad feelings for her. That was why he would go out once out of 3 times she asked him out. They would go to a movie, go to the bookstore, play ball, go hiking. So it turned out that many people had unknowingly seen them as a couple. Thinking about it this way, In Shixiang also felt a little wronged. It was just a normal relationship between a man and a woman. Jean Wani hadn't said a word about liking him. So what could he do? Tell her that she didn't like him? Wouldn't Jean Wani look at him as if he was an idiot? Then she would say to him, "Which eye of yours saw me say that I liked you?" If it had been in the past, In Shixiang would have retorted confidently, "What's wrong? Can't I follow Jean Wani?" But now, he didn't have that much confidence. Why? It was as if there was a trace of worry in his heart. He would subconsciously feel that if he flirted with another woman, he would let someone down. In Shixiang sat in his seat with a knot in his stomach. Later, he felt that this didn't suit his personality, so he wiped his face and turned on the wall-mounted TV in the office to watch. He was still watching the live broadcast at the entrance of the procuratorate. At this time, Jean Wani had already led the legal team in. They were probably negotiating with the people from the procuratorate. On the TV, the live broadcast TV anchors saw that everyone had gone in, so they invited various legal experts to discuss the case. The legal experts discussed whether the procuratorate had the power to bypass the court to arrest people, and whether Kai Song-yin's status as the prime minister's wife gave her immunity. In Shixiang wasn't a legal expert, so he wasn't interested in these things. However, he used his phone to record a portion of the experts' discussion and sent it to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had just finished class and was packing her things as she put her laptop into her laptop bag. Seeing the video In Shixiang sent, Gu Nianji pouted. These legal experts were all lying through their teeth. It wasn't that they didn't have the ability, nor was it that their professional skills weren't good enough. It was because they had a relationship of interest, so they were lying. Logically speaking, these people were all well-known scholars in the university and experts who had written a lot of legal works. Why would they say something that even a law student like her wouldn't accept? There was no other reason. They had probably been bribed by the Tans to intentionally divert attention and clear Kai Song-yin's illegal behavior. Then again, were there no impartial legal experts? Of course there were, but these people weren't invited to appear on TV. These people who were invited were obviously speaking up for Kai Song-yin and, in other words, Prime Minister Tan's family. Thinking about it carefully, it was obvious that Tan Dongbang was able to be elected because there were many people supporting him. How could he be taken down as soon as he took office? There would definitely be a counterattack. Gu Nianji had already calmed down after understanding the cause and effect. Also, why were these people discussing whether the Prime Minister's wife had immunity? She had only heard of diplomats having diplomatic immunity in other countries, and the President of the United States having the right to exempt others when he left office. She had never heard of any high-ranking officials in the Huaxia Empire having immunity. Were they trying to set a precedent so everyone could follow the rules in the future? Gu Nianji shook her head and turned off her phone to go to the cafeteria for dinner. After dinner, she returned to the dormitory. Gu Nianji felt a bit tired and didn't plan on going out to study. She stayed in the dormitory to review her homework. Ma Chi-chi, on the other hand, went to study at night and didn't come back until 10 p.m. As soon as she came back, she called out loudly, "Nianji, Nianji, are you in your room?" Gu Nianji poked her head out of her room and asked with confusion, "Yes, what is it? Did you watch TV?" The TV was discussing Kai Song-yin's case just now. Did you know? The lawyer hired by the Tans has already taken Kai Songyin back from the procuratorate. Ma Chi-Chi waved her arms angrily. Tell me, how could they do this? They're still discussing it. Gun Yinji was shocked. They had already discussed it all day, but it still hadn't stopped? Yes, these people are really something. Ma Chi-Chi pulled her to the living room to watch TV. Look, I recognize this fat legal expert. He's the dean of the Z University Faculty of Law. He's always been at odds with our school and has always been unhappy that their faculty's ranking is lower than ours. Now it's their turn to show their faces. Gun Yinji finally looked closely at the legal expert on TV who had cleared the Tan's name. She was relieved to find out that none of the legal experts on the TV station were from the B University Faculty of Law. From the looks of it, the statement that the B University Faculty of Law represented the pinnacle of the Huaxia Empire's legal world did make some sense. Our faculty's teachers and seniors probably don't want to get involved in this mess, Gun Yinji said thoughtfully. No, maybe they're quietly watching these people act all high and mighty. Ma Chi-Chi put her hands on her hips and pointed at the TV seriously. Gun Yinji snickered. Well said, but I don't want to watch them act all high and mighty anymore. Let's go expose them, okay? Expose? You want to cause trouble again? Ma Chi-Chi was excited. Hurry up, hurry up. It's not that I want to cause trouble again. Gun Yinji didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she stood up. It's that these people have gone too far and are treating the audience like fools. Gun Yinji walked in her room and tested a few small apps on her phone that she had installed long ago. These apps could help her make internet calls while hiding her real IP address. In order to achieve her goal of confusing the other party, Gun Yinji planned to use the fixed IP of 32 Willow Alley to disguise herself. That way, even if the other party had a particularly powerful expert, they would only be able to find the fixed IP of 32 Willow Alley, which is the office of the Prime Minister. You can check further down. Walking out of the room, Gun Yinji handed her phone to Ma Chi-Chi. Here, Chi-Chi, be the child who reveals the Emperor's new clothes. God will bless you with everything you want. She winked at her as she showed Ma Chi-Chi a paragraph she had written on her laptop. Ma Chi-Chi understood what she meant and thought about it for a moment before finding the main point. Political programs on TV usually had a segment where the audience called and discussed with the experts and the host. Ma Chi-Chi used this opportunity to call in. The microphone on Gun Yinji's phone could change her voice. When Ma Chi-Chi called, it was a young man's voice. She said to the host and the legal experts present, I'm a normal audience member. I'm very disappointed in your program and the experts. First of all, the procuratorate didn't arrest anyone. They only asked Kai Songyin to go back and assist in the investigation. May I ask what your program and experts mean by distorting normal working procedures into arrest? Secondly, there has never been such a thing as immunity in our country. Yet, the dean of Z University's Faculty of Law, who flaunts the righteousness of the law, could say such blatant words for the powerful to bully others. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Gun Yinji knew that Ma Chi-Chi's paragraph would definitely be cut out by the TV station, so she directly recorded it and uploaded it on her alternate account. She had so many alternate accounts, so any one of them would be enough to confuse the public. She guessed correctly. Kai Songyin's case was very popular. The TV station didn't expect this. Even if they cut out the part where Ma Chi-Chi called in, many people still heard it. Also, Gun Yinji uploaded the video of the TV station to Weibo, and it quickly went viral. Therefore, the image of the dean of the Z University Faculty of Law with a fat head and big ears became a meme. It was a big, fierce-looking face with the words, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" Below, it was written, "This is the worst time my conscience has ever been smeared." This was the first episode of 3,500 words. Today was the last day of April. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. The monthly votes were 9,400 plus episodes at 1 p.m. and a third episode at 7 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Bagel16, _Sing, and Bookfriend 20170416213030180 for each tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 757. The emoticon, "Doesn't your conscience hurt?" went viral on the internet. Even the TV stations did not expect it. The dean of Z University's Faculty of Law issued a stern warning on Weibo to those who used and spread the emoticons, saying that they had violated his image rights. He also said that he would send a lawyer's letter to the person who made the emoticons, saying that it was slander. As soon as this Weibo post came out, the netizens were dumbfounded. Everyone had been using emoticons for so many years, but they had never seen something like this. Is this really illegal? Of course, there was no such thing. There were so many celebrities who had been made into memes. If this was really an infringement, would the court be able to sue them? Moreover, would those celebrities give up such a great opportunity to become rich and famous? Even if you use your knees to think, it would be impossible. After this Weibo post came out, legal professionals quickly came up to explain to everyone. Many of them were B University's law students. They left a comment under the Weibo account of the dean of Z University's Faculty of Law, citing only one legal clause. When a public figure chooses to appear in public, his or her image is considered a public product, and he or she is not allowed to object to others taking photos or using them for dissemination. In other words, if the dean of the law department did not go to the TV station to be an expert in record program, then it was indeed illegal to use his private photo as a meme package. It violated his portrait rights. However, the original picture that everyone used to make the emoji package was a screenshot of the law department's public broadcast on the television. This was considered a public product, and it had already lost its status as the subject of personal portrait rights. Furthermore, they could not object to others remaking it. In other words, you can't become a public figure to gain fame and fortune, but at the same time, you want everyone to treat you like an ordinary citizen and protect your fragile heart. Public figures have their own pressures and costs. When the dean of the Faculty of Law saw that everyone was commenting on his Weibo, he finally couldn't take it anymore. He quietly deleted his Weibo post that threatened to send a lawyer's letter, and at the same time, logged off his Weibo account. However, because of this incident, his image was greatly affected. After careful consideration, Senior Colonel Z decided to remove him from his position as the head of the law department. Kai Song-yin's case hadn't even started yet, but a legal expert had quietly fallen from grace. Gun Yinji and Ma Chi-Chi followed the progress of the case and thought it was amazing. Chi-Chi, how many people do you think will be affected by this case? It's up to them. If you win, you'll gain both fame and fortune. If you lose, you'll have to pay the price. As the Tan family's lawyer, Jean Wani was very dedicated to the case. She had done a great job by bringing Kai Song-yin back from the procuratorate. But the case wasn't over yet. Prime Minister Tan, your wife's case is more complicated. Currently, the most important case is the embezzlement of your campaign funds. If you're not careful, this case could implicate you. Jean Wani cautiously reminded Tan Dongbang. She looked at the dispirited Kai Song-yin and then at Tan Dongbang, whose face was full of heartache. She stood up and said, "You and your wife should have a good discussion. I'll head back first." After Jean Wani left, Tan Dongbang immediately closed the office door and walked over to Kai Song-yin. "Song-yin, you've worked hard. They didn't do anything?" Kai Song, Kai Song. T. Kai shook. Shook. Kai said. Teet. Shook. Have said. Hunt. Shook. T. Jean of have ye. Of also got. I said have deans. Tan Dongbang hugged Kai Song-yin and patted her back. "Little darling is very worried about you. Do you want to go back and see her? Did you scare her? This child has never seen anything like this. She better not be traumatized. Should I take her to see a psychiatrist?" Kai Song-yin's heart ached at the thought of Tan Guren. Yes, he was a little scared. He hasn't come out of his room for the whole day. As Tan Dongbang spoke, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to see it was a call from Gu Yanran. He quickly swiped it open to answer. "Hello, Miss Gu." Gu Yanran replied. "Prime Minister Tan, I'm almost at the Prime Minister's official residence. I heard that Madam is back. Is that true?" "Yes, I just got back. Do you want to talk to her?" Tan Dongbang said as he passed the phone to Kai Song-yin. "It's Gu Yanran." "Gu Yanran?" Kai Song-yin frowned. Why would I answer her call in my current condition? She wholeheartedly wants to help you. Tan Dongbang saw that Kai Songyin had misunderstood Gu Yanran, so he quickly explained for her. Everyone was avoiding you that night. She was the only one who came to ask what happened. Later, she brought a computer expert to help us investigate the origins of those Weibo secondary accounts. She helped us a lot. Kai Songyin only answered the phone when she heard Tan Dongbang say that. Hello. Gu Yanran heard Kai Songyin's voice and was very happy. Mrs. Tan, you're back. That's great. Kai Songyin's lips twitched as she replied listlessly. Yeah, I just got back not long ago. Thank you for your concern. Mrs. Tan, you're being too polite. Gu Yanran quickly expressed her loyalty. Don't be so polite. I'll be there soon. We can discuss your case. I have some news to tell you. Kai Songyin still felt warm and comfortable at Gu Yanran's enthusiasm. Her voice softened. Okay, thank you. Not long after, Gu Yanran arrived at the door of Prime Minister Tan's office. However, she didn't go in this time. Instead, she said, Prime Minister Tan, I'm looking for your wife for a private matter. How about we go back to your home and talk? Tan Dongbang thought about it and agreed. Miss Gu is very thoughtful. Let's go home and talk. In other words, they would go back to their personal residential area at the Prime Minister's official residence. Privacy was better there. Tan Dongbang knew that even if surveillance was required, personal residences couldn't be monitored. They returned to Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin's room at the Prime Minister's official residence. As soon as Gu Yanran walked in, she was stunned by the luxury and exquisiteness of the room. The astonishment in her eyes flashed, but quickly disappeared in her gentle smile. Kai Songyin invited her to sit down and personally made a cup of coffee for her. Mrs. Tan, you're too kind. Gu Yanran bowed and accepted the coffee. She glanced at Tan Dongbang, who was sitting to the side. Prime Minister Tan, Mrs. Tan, I came here this time to talk to you about something. Miss Gu, please go ahead. Gu Yanran took out a document from her little sachet. This is a letter of authorization from the CF family in France. I spent $1 million to buy the rights to use the appearance of this sapphire teardrop pendant diamond necklace from the CF family. Therefore, the high-quality imitation jewelry is real, but it's not a copyright infringement. In other words, this was an act of authorization. Oh, really? Kai Songyin was pleasantly surprised. How could I accept that? I made you spend so much money. She opened the document and began to read it carefully. There were 3 documents, one in French, one in English, and one in Mandarin. Kai Songyin's French and English were very good, so she was able to read all 3 documents. After she finished reading, she was very shocked. $1 million is actually just for the rights to use the appearance of a piece of jewelry. Yes, there's also a serial number. Gu Yanran pointed at the string of numbers on the document. This represents the identity certificate of your necklace. It's also valuable. Tan Dongbang also read the document, and his expression was very conflicted. I didn't think the CF family would be so good at doing business. It's really beyond my expectations. Even the appearance of a necklace had to be patented, and no one was allowed to copy it. If they wanted to copy it, they would have to discuss the rights to use it with them. Prime Minister Tan, the CIEs usually don't issue this kind of certificate. This time, they specifically gave me this because of my father, and they only asked for a friendship price. Gu Yanran's carefree attitude toward $1 million left a deep impression on Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin. It wasn't like they hadn't seen money before, and their net worth was more than 10 times that $1 million. But even for them, it was still very difficult to easily take out $1 million as a favor. $1 million is only a friendship price. Kai Songyin only wanted to chuckle. Gu Yanran continued, Also, that necklace is my birthday present to you. Look at the date of use of this patent. It's your birthday. Gu Yanran had spent a lot of effort to buy this certificate from the CIEs. That was because the CIEs had originally refused, and they didn't care about the dignity of the Huaxia Empire's new First Lady. They only said that there would be a price to pay for infringement. Later, Gu Yanran had to transfer one of her father's patents to obtain this certificate from the CIEs. The CIEs said that $1 million was a friendship price, so it really was a friendship price. That was because compared to the value of the patent that Gu Yanran had given up, the $1 million was only a front for outsiders to see. This was the second update, and the monthly votes were 9,400 plus updates. Today was the last day of April, so my dear friends, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Don't worry, my dear friends, if there are more votes, I will continue to repay the debt and update in May, 7 p.m., the third update. Moi. Chapter 758. Thank you so much. Kai Songyin grabbed Gu Yanran's hand and was indescribably grateful. Miss Gu, you're the best. She couldn't help but cry. Gu Yanran patted her back gently with a comforting and virtuous expression. Tan Dongbang sat across from them with a smile and thought the scene was strangely harmonious. Kai Songyin felt much better after crying for a while. Tan Dongbang walked over and took her hand to stand up. He said gently, "Go wash your face in the bathroom and take a shower. You look so haggard." Kai Songyi nodded quickly. "I'll go clean up." Tan Dongbang walked her to the bathroom door, and Kai Songyin reminded him quietly, "The imitation jewelry incident isn't actually that serious. The most important thing is the embezzlement of campaign funds." Lawyer Jean said that's the main issue. "I understand. I'll ask Gu Yanran later." Tan Dongbang gave her a look. Kai Songyin had been married to him for many years, so she immediately understood what he meant. The main issue with embezzlement of campaign funds was the deficit. The $260,000 spent on the gown was only the tip of the iceberg. A large portion of the funds went into their own pockets. If the Procuratorate did not let go of this matter and wanted to thoroughly investigate their campaign finance, then most of their assets would be lost. Kai Songyin went to the bathroom to wash up, and Tan Dongbang invited Gu Yanran to sit in the small living room. The room was covered with thick gold velvet curtains during the day, and a pear blossom chandelier was on. Gu Yanran sat under the pear blossom chandelier. She was quiet and beautiful like a blooming pear blossom. Tan Dongbang's eyes flashed with amazement. Composing himself, he picked up a document Jean Wani had left behind and smiled. "Miss Gu, my wife and I are very grateful for your help. Since you were thinking for us, we won't treat you as an outsider. This is something our lawyer left behind. Take a look and see where we should start." Gu Yanran smiled and couldn't help feeling a little proud. She had finally broken into the highest circles of the Huaxia Empire, and all of this wasn't because of Gu Nianji. It was because of herself and Gu Yanran. She sat on the chaise longue with her chin slightly raised. Her skin was as white as jade under the pear blossom chandelier. She accepted the document from Tan Dongbang with a smile and read it carefully. Time ticked by. Gu Yanran's expression didn't change at all, but her heart was in turmoil. The lawyer's document made it very clear that the crux of this case was the embezzlement of campaign funds. As for the last two cases, whether it was the jewelry infringement or the suspected stolen jewelry, they were not within the jurisdiction of the Huaxia Empire. Even if they were, their importance could not be compared to the embezzlement of campaign funds. So Tan Dongbang was showing this to her because he wanted her to help with the embezzlement of campaign funds. If they were to put in the effort, it would not be something that could be settled with $1 million. Gu Yanran fell silent. It wasn't impossible for her to spend all her capital, but depended on whether the profits exceeded her capital. She was a businesswoman by nature. She could do a business that would cost her life, but she would never do a business that would cost her money. However, political investment was another matter. Profits and losses could not be judged by the numbers on the books. Prime Minister Tan, these are legal documents. To be honest, I'm not very familiar with them. Gu Yanran made up her mind and slowly closed the document. As expected, she saw a trace of disappointment appear in Tan Dongbang's eyes. She held the document in her hand and said, "If it's possible, I would like to take this document back and show it to my legal advisor. What do you think?" Tan Dongbang had thought Gu Yanran was unwilling to help and was a bit disappointed. However, seeing that she was only being cautious, he was happy again. He looked at her and nodded with a smile. "Okay, of course you can take it back and look at it as long as you want. This is only a copy." "Okay, no problem." Gu Yanran stood up and shook Tan Dongbang's hand in farewell. Then I'll go back first. When Mrs. Tan comes out, please say goodbye for me. You're too polite. Song Yin already treats you as her best friend, so there's no need to be so formal. Tan Dongbang already treated Gu Yanran as one of his own. After all, everyone liked the god of wealth. Gu Yanran returned to her apartment with a legal document. Propping her head on her hand, she leaned back in the chaise lounge and thought for a long time. It wasn't that she didn't understand the legal document, but what she said to Tan Dongbang just now was just an excuse to delay. She had to think carefully about how she could contribute to the case in order to maximize her own benefits. She wasn't an idiotic saint, and she definitely wouldn't be selfless in helping others. However, she didn't have much peace and quiet before her intercom rang. Gu Yanran answered the intercom and asked, "What is it?" It was the security guard at the precinct. "Miss Gu, the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Tan, is here to visit." Gu Yanran froze. "Tan Guiran?" "That's right." The security guard couldn't help but look Tan Guiran up and down as he spoke. She was so beautiful, even more beautiful than on TV. "Okay, let her in." Gu Yanran got up and went to the bedroom to change. When Tan Guiran came to her door and rang the doorbell, Gu Yanran was already waiting in the living room. She opened the door and smiled at Tan Guiran. Extending her arms, she said, "Miss Tan, your presence brings light to my humble abode." Tan Guiran smiled at her and also extended her arms. The two of them hugged and touched each other's cheeks to perform a Western greeting. However, after entering, Tan Guiran knelt down in front of Gu Yanran and performed a Western greeting. Gu Yanran was shocked and quickly helped Tan Guiran up. "Miss Tan, what are you doing?" Tan Guiran's eyes quickly filled with tears. She sobbed and said to Gu Yanran, "Miss Gu, I came to beg you without telling my mommy and daddy. I'm begging you, please save my mommy." She found out from Tan Dongbang that Gu Yanran had helped them settle the counterfeit jewelry case, but Gu Yanran refused to help with the embezzlement of campaign funds. Now that everyone was in danger, their relatives and friends were all watching and unwilling to help. Gu Yanran was the only one who volunteered to help. Tan Guiran secretly came to find her, hoping to convince her to agree to help her family get through this difficult time. Although she didn't know much about the world, she knew how her father, the Prime Minister, would be affected if her mother went to jail. Gu Yanran didn't say a word and waited for Tan Guiran to finish crying before handing her a glass of milk. "Sit down and drink." Tan Guiran accepted it with both hands and said hopefully, "Miss Gu, you're so nice and capable. You'll definitely help my mommy, right?" Gu Yanran sat beside her with a smile and patted her head. "Miss Tan, you're so adorable. I've always wanted a sister like you since I was young." She didn't have to be too smart. People who were too smart were annoying. "Miss Gu, you flatter me." Tan Guiran smiled shyly. "If you're willing, I can call you sister." "Oh, that's not necessary. I have a younger sister, so she won't be happy if you call me sister." Gu Yanran spoke meaningfully as she stood up and walked to the window to look at the blue sky and white clouds outside. She was still making the final decision in her mind. If she helped, she would definitely want more in return. Gu Yanran narrowed her eyes and turned to look at Tan Guiran. "Miss Tan, are you willing to save your mommy at all costs?" "Yes, what do you want?" "My daddy will agree." "I'll do whatever you want me to do," Tan Guiran said urgently. Tan Guiran said urgently. Her eyes were still red and slightly swollen. It was obvious how much she had cried these past few days. Gu Yanran patted her shoulder. "Miss Tan, I hope you remember what you said today. Will you swear an oath?" Tan Guiran nodded and raised her right hand. "I, Tan Guiran, swear today that if Miss Gu Yanran can save my mommy, daddy, and I are willing to do anything for you." "Huh? You don't have to do anything. Just remember what I've done and don't burn bridges or complain about it in the future," Gu Yanran said meaningfully as she draped an arm over Tan Guiran's shoulder. That arm was very cold. Tan Guiran couldn't help but shiver. However, she still looked at her expectantly, hoping to see an affirmative answer from her face. Gu Yanran finally nodded. "Okay, I'll try. However, I can't guarantee that your mommy will be fine. I can only promise that this incident will not involve your daddy." "That was good. Tan Guerin thought about it. What she didn't want the most was for this incident to involve her daddy. As long as daddy was fine, even if something happened to mommy, it wouldn't be a big deal. Okay, thank you, Miss Gu. Tan Guerin bowed sincerely to Gu Yanran. After she left, Gu Yanran picked up the phone and called Tan Dongbang. Prime Minister Tan, Miss Tan just left my place. Tan Dongbang was very surprised. Little darling, why did she go to your place? Miss Tan was very worried about Mrs. Tan's safety and specifically came to beg me. However, my abilities are limited. I told her that I can only guarantee that this incident won't involve you, Prime Minister Tan, but I can't guarantee that Mrs. Tan can escape unscathed. Prime Minister Tan, what do you think? It was the third update. Today was the last day of April. Dear friends, please cast your monthly votes. Don't worry, if there are more votes, I will continue to repay the debt and update in May. Tomorrow's update will be released at around 12:15 a.m., so it should be around the fourth update. I hope you can also cast your guaranteed monthly votes for the Major General in May. There were so many updates this month because they were motivated by the monthly votes. Moi. Chapter 759. Huh? How could this be? Tan Dongbang's brows furrowed. Miss Gu, is there really no other way? My wife and I grew up together, and we've been in harmony for so many years. I can't let anything happen to her. Prime Minister Tan, you're so loyal. Mrs. Tan must have saved the entire planet in her past life for her to marry you. It was rare for Gu Yanran to have a sense of humor. Tan Dongbang admired this trait of hers very much. Miss Gu, you're too kind. We're husband and wife, so if anything happens to her, it'll happen to me. Therefore, I hope Miss Gu can understand. Tan Dongbang lowered his voice to persuade Gu Yanran. Of course, he could see further than Gu Yanran. Disregarding how much Kai Songyin had helped him, what status the Kais had, or how many years of love they'd shared, Kai Songyin was the wife of the Prime Minister. If there was a problem with the campaign funds, he couldn't let anything happen to her. Because this was closely related to him, there was no such thing as saving one person but not the other. If Kai Songyin had a problem with the campaign funds, he wouldn't be able to escape as the Prime Minister either. They would be bound together for good or bad. Gu Yanran's heart skipped a beat. She thought to herself that this Prime Minister Tan was quite capable. She originally only wanted to cling to the rich and powerful, but Tan Dongbang's refusal to abandon his wife made her look at him in a different light. An indescribable feeling rose in her heart. Why were all these men who were loyal to their wives and girlfriends the men of other families? After a moment of silence, Gu Yanran slowly said, Prime Minister Tan has a point. I'll think about it. Right, I saw the documents left behind by the lawyer, and I also want to see the financial accounts for your campaign team. Is it convenient for me to see them? Tan Dongbang froze. Those documents were confidential, so he'd made Kai Songyin the campaign team's financial manager. He only trusted his woman. Even Lawyer Jean hadn't seen the entire account. If you're not willing to let me see even this, then I really can't help. I think you understand that even if you want to transfer funds, it won't be something that can be done in a short amount of time, Gu Yanran said and hung up politely. Think about it carefully. If you can't think of any other way, come back to me. Gu Yanran politely hung up the phone. Tan Dongbang was silent for a long time after he put down the phone. That night, he told Kai Songyin about Gu Yanran's request. Of course, he didn't mention that Gu Yanran had said she could only save one person. That kind of thing would only cause Kai Songyin to feel estranged from Gu Yanran. Tan Dongbang actually didn't want the two of them to become enemies at all. He only hoped that they could be harmonious sisters. Kai Songyin also refused to let Gu Yanran see the entire account. She pondered for a moment and said, I'll take care of the accounts. Just give her a number and let her help raise the money. That works too? Of course. Kai Songyin rolled her eyes at Tan Dongbang. She's helping us like this because she really has too much money to burn. To you and me, isn't this as easy as lifting a finger? So whatever request she makes, just agree to it. Promises aren't worth much anyway. As long as she transfers the money to our campaign team's account, this matter will be over. Tan Dongbang thought about it carefully. It seemed like that was the only way. However, he still felt a bit uncomfortable when he thought about how his wife put profit above everything else. He had a feeling that Gu Yanran wasn't helping them completely for the sake of profit. He had a feeling that the way she looked at him contained something else. Okay, I'll go talk to her and ask Lawyer Jean to see how we should proceed with this. As Tan Dongbang spoke, he adjusted Kai Songyin's blankets. Go to sleep. I still have some work to do. Kai Songyin sighed in relief and kissed Tan Dongbang's cheek before falling asleep. The past few days had been too tiring for her. She really couldn't take it anymore. However, when she found out who was trying to harm her, she definitely wouldn't let them get away with it. The next day, Jean Wani went to Tan Dongbang's official residence to ask him about the case. Mr. Prime Minister, how would you like to defend Madam? Tan Dongbang laid out his problems one by one. First of all, about the evening gown. Do you have a way to cover up this matter? Evening gown? Oh, that's easier. You just have to return the evening gown to the campaign team and say that it was rented from the supplies purchased by the team. You can pay the market price for the gown. Jean Wani began to give them ideas. But the news once said that my wife bought the gown with her own money. What should we do? Tan Dongbang was a bit greedy. He wanted Kai Songyin to be exonerated from the case without damaging their family's reputation. Jean Wani sighed and spread her hands helplessly. Mr. Prime Minister, that's not how things are calculated. Right now, you need to solve the legal issue. As for the press release, it can be false flattery and doesn't involve legal issues. It's just a moral issue, so you have to be more open-minded. In other words, the press release's shameless boasting would forever be there. For the first time, Tan Dongbang felt resentment towards Kai Songyin. If she hadn't gone crazy and insisted on changing their persona, they wouldn't have been so passive. They wouldn't have been able to catch a tiny loophole and try to drag him down. But he didn't consider that if Kai Songyin hadn't created a persona for their family, how could he have stood out from so many candidates and been remembered by the public? How could he have been elected president as a dark horse? This kind of thing was a double-edged sword. They couldn't just enjoy the benefits of one aspect and ignore the side effects. As an outsider, Jean Wani could clearly see that Tan Dongbang was a bit stubborn. However, he still perked up and discussed some details with Jean Wani before ending the day's meeting. When Gu Yanran called him that night to ask about him out of concern, Tan Dongbang couldn't help but complain to her, "Seriously, even if I can be exonerated now, my reputation will be ruined. How can I run for re-election in the future?" Gu Yanran quickly asked, "What is it? What did the lawyer say?" Tan Dongbang told her what Jean Wani had said. Gu Yanran played right into his hands and quickly said, "Prime Minister Tan, please be more open-minded. I think Lawyer Jean is right. Although it's bad for reputation, the public's memory is the shortest. As long as your wife's case is fine and there's a new hot topic in a few days, everyone will forget about the press release." Tan Dongbang thought to himself that the public's memory was short-lived, but his opponent would never. If he were his own opponent, he would also not let go of this point and wait for an opportunity to use it to damage his reputation in the future. However, he had no choice now. Even a professional lawyer said that, so he could only accept it. "Prime Minister Tan, don't worry. Your positive assets are too strong. So even if Mrs. Tan becomes a negative asset, your positive assets can pull her back up." Gu Yanran chuckled. Her voice was like a hook that reached into the phone and hooked into Tan Dongbang's heart through the electromagnetic waves. "Miss Gu, you're too good with words." Tan Dongbang felt sweet hearing it. "You could just call me Yanran. Always saying Miss Gu is too formal." "Okay, Yanran." Tan Dongbang slowly said the name like he was chewing on an olive, and the aftertaste was endless. Gu Yanran ended the call with Tan Dongbang and molded over in her room before finally calling Gun Yinji. It had been a week since Gun Yinji returned from Germany, but Gu Yanran still hadn't found a chance to talk to her. This time, Gun Yinji finally picked up. Yi Xian was the one who had helped her get this number. Gun Yinji's previous number had already been disconnected. "Yinji, you're finally back? How are you?" Gu Yanran asked gently, as if she was very concerned. Gun Yinji was very depressed. She didn't want to talk to Gu Yanran, but when she wanted to decline again today, her finger accidentally slipped to accept, so she had no choice but to pick up. I'm fine. Gu Nianji looked at her thick reference book. Do you need something? Nothing. It was your birthday 2 days ago, and I originally wanted to throw a birthday party for you. But unfortunately, it was the Prime Minister's inauguration. The Prime Minister and Mrs. Prime Minister invited me so warmly that I couldn't refuse, so I went. I didn't have time to celebrate your birthday, so don't blame me. This was the first night watch in May. Flipping back, there was a second night watch. Today was the fourth night watch. Please keep the monthly vote. P.S. Thank you to Meow Little Meow for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Mwah. Chapter 760. Gu Yanran's voice was low as she apologized to Gu Nianji gently. Gu Nianji's lips twitched. It's okay. I had a great birthday. She paused before asking Gu Yanran, have you been to see father recently? How is he? Don't you know how father is? Gu Yanran said tactfully. He's in your boyfriend's sphere of influence. I don't know. I broke up with Huashao. Gu Nianji was getting impatient. If there's nothing else, I'm going to hang up. I still have a lot of homework to do. If Gu Yanran didn't care about her biological father, then Gu Nianji didn't think she needed to be a busybody. After Gu Nianji hung up, Gu Yanran held the phone and looked at the scenery outside the window. She slowly smiled. How nice Gu Nianji broke up with Huashao. This was reasonable. Gu Nianji had experienced that kind of kidnapping, so she didn't believe any man could take it. Huashao was no exception. Her biggest support was probably gone, right? Gu Yanran truly sighed in relief. After that, Gu Yanran interacted with Tan Dongbang even more frequently. Tan Dongbang even gave Gu Yanran a position as a personal assistant in the Prime Minister's office, so she could openly enter and exit the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Yanran purposely befriended her, and even Tan Guiran became close friends with her. As for Kai Songyin, under the advice of her legal team and aides, she lived in seclusion and didn't show her face to avoid the public's continued attention on this matter. Because of this, she moved out of the Prime Minister's official residence and returned to the Tan's old house to live alone. After enduring like this for half a month, the trial of the First Lady's embezzlement of campaign funds was finally about to begin. Sister Gu, today is Friday. My mommy's trial will begin next Monday. I have to go back to accompany my mommy. Sister Gu, do you want to go back with me? Tan Guiran looked at Gu Yanran eagerly and hoped she would go with her. She heard that Kai Songyin's temper had been very bad recently, so Tan Guiran felt that Gu Yanran was especially good with words. She would definitely be able to make her mommy happy. Little darling, I've been very busy lately. The Prime Minister has a few meetings on the weekends, so I can't leave. Gu Yanran rejected her tactfully and said, actually, the person Mrs. Tan cares about the most is you. As long as you accompany your mommy will be very happy. Really? Tan Guiran sighed. She was in low spirits. She always felt that the person her mommy wanted to see the most was Daddy, but Daddy always said that he was busy. In the past half a month, he hadn't seen her mommy even once. Tan Guiran thought about it and went to find Tan Dongbang. Daddy, are you free this weekend? Mommy will be in court next Monday. Do you want to take some time to accompany Mommy? Good girl, as long as your mommy sees you, she will be happy. You should bring Daddy to accompany your mommy more. Daddy is very busy and has a few meetings this weekend that can't be pushed back. Tan Dongbang's excuse was the exact same as Gu Yanran's. Tan Guiran pouted. She had no choice but to go to the Tan's old house alone to accompany Kai Songyin. Kai Songyin had lost a lot of weight in the past 2 weeks. After experiencing the drastic change in the world, she was no longer as arrogant as before. She waited at the door for a long time and only saw Tan Guiran arrive alone. Kai Songyin almost didn't hide the disappointment on her face, so Tan Guiran saw it clearly. Kai Songyin also felt sad, but she didn't know how to comfort her. She only grabbed her hand and murmured, Mommy, are you better? Mommy is fine. Little darling, you've lost weight. Kai Songyin snapped back to reality and grabbed Tan Guiran's hand to enter the house. What do you want to eat? Mommy will make it for you. Sure, I want to eat meat floss egg rolls. Mommy, can you make it for me? Tan Guiran shook Kai Songyin's hand coquettishly. The truth was, she didn't really like meat floss egg rolls, but it took a long time to make them and consumed a lot of energy. That way, Kai Songyin wouldn't keep thinking about unhappy things. Kai Songyin understood her intentions and lovingly caressed her face. Okay, Mommy will make meat floss egg rolls for you. While Tan Guerin and Kai Songyin were making meat floss egg rolls in the kitchen, Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran were both in riding gear and racing on the East Mountain in the suburbs of the imperial capital. Mr. Prime Minister, what are your thoughts on Monday's case? A reporter had somehow snuck into the heavily guarded East Mountain racetrack and was holding up his phone to interview him. Tan Dongbang was shocked and jerked on the reins. The horse raised its front hooves high and almost stood up straight. The reporter dodged quickly to avoid the horse's hooves and came back from the side. He raised his phone and asked loudly, Prime Minister Tan, what are your thoughts on Madam's case on Monday? Who are you? How can you trespass on the East Mountain racetrack? Where are the security guards? The Secret Service? Where the hell are they? Gu Yanran saw the situation and quickly urged the horse forward to cover Tan Dongbang as he ran back. The reporter saw Gu Yanran and recognized her as the new Prime Minister's personal assistant. He quickly raised his phone to her. Miss Gu, do you know what the Prime Minister thinks about Monday's case? The Prime Minister didn't accompany Madam at this time and came to the East Mountain racetrack instead. Does this mean that the Prime Minister is confident about this case? Or is the rumored breakdown in the relationship between the Prime Minister and Madam Prime Minister? Gu Yanran froze and thought to herself that this reporter was so sharp. How did he get in here? With a serious expression, Gu Yanran reined in her horse and raised her eyebrows. This is the Prime Minister's horse racetrack. I'm warning you to leave quickly. Otherwise, when the security guards and Secret Service arrive, they will treat you as obstructing public safety. However, this reporter clearly had a backer if he was able to trespass in the heavily guarded area. Naturally, he wasn't intimidated by her words. Instead, he immediately took a picture with his phone and said, Miss Gu is so imposing. However, what you said was Prime Minister Tan's will and your own will. Gu Yanran was just about to say, my will is the Prime Minister's will, but she immediately realized it wasn't appropriate. She had almost been tricked by this reporter. She hid her anger and smiled. Don't be angry. I'm thinking about your safety. If you don't want to leave, that's up to you. There's a lounge over there. Would you like to rest there, drink some water, and have some snacks? My apologies for not being a good host. Gu Yanran's sudden change in attitude made it difficult for the reporter to continue. He could only turn off his phone angrily and say, fine. I wish Miss Gu and Prime Minister Tan a happy weekend. After the reporter returned, this scene was immediately shown on TV. Tan Guerin and Kai Songyin were in the kitchen making meat floss egg rolls as they chatted. The wall-mounted TV on the wall was turned on as usual. It was only to add some liveliness to the large, empty house. They didn't expect to see Tan Dongbang and Gu Yanran on TV all of a sudden. I've had enough of this. This is their weekend meeting. Kai Songyin suddenly threw the dough on the floor. Do they think I'm an idiot? She angrily picked up her phone and dialed Tan Dongbang's number. It rang for a long time before someone picked up. Hello, who are you looking for? The gentle voice and slow tone was Gu Yanran's voice. Kai Songyin felt a wave of anger rush to her head. She blurted out, Why are you holding Dongbang's phone? Put him on the phone. Gu Yanran smiled and handed the phone to Tan Dongbang. Your wife is calling. She sat behind Tan Dongbang and continued massaging him. Tan Dongbang took the phone and called out with a smile. Songyin, what is it? Is something wrong? What is it? How dare you ask me? Kai Songyin was furious. Didn't you want to have a meeting? Why did you go to the Dongshan horse race? Why was Gu Yanran able to use your phone? Songyin, don't panic. It's not gentlemanly at all to yell and scream. You really need to learn from Yanran when it comes to this. She has such a good temper and has never lost her temper in front of anyone. Tan Dongbang said leisurely. Also, she's my personal assistant, so of course she's in charge of my phone. Kai Songyin almost vomited blood at Tan Dongbang's words. She was so angry that she wanted to lose her temper again, but Tan Dongbang continued. You're going to court next Monday. You can't act like this. You need to control your emotions. No matter how others provoke you, don't fall for their tricks. Did you watch TV today? Someone is purposely targeting me. Don't you believe me? Kai Songyin finally calmed down after he said that. Really? You're really doing this for my own good? Of course. Yinran is also doing this for your own good. She said she wants to give you some resistance experiments so you won't be provoked in court. Tan Dongbang hung up after he finished speaking. It was the second night watch in May. It was an extra night watch for the 50,000 yuan that Heaven's Beggars had rewarded in April. Flipping back, there was still the third night watch. Today was the fourth night watch, requesting a guaranteed monthly ticket. Chapter 761. Tan Dongbang wiped his face and felt that Kai Songyin's temper was getting worse and more unreasonable. In the past, they could still talk, but now she was overly suspicious. He leaned back and happened to lean into Gu Yinran's arms. Gu Yinran sat behind him with a chiffon draped over her. Her hands were just right and gave him a very comfortable massage. The faint fragrance from her shower soon made Tan Dongbang drowsy. It was also that Friday afternoon that Ma Chi-Chi packed her things and was going home for the weekend. Ninji, do you want to go back with me? My parents really like you. Ma Chi-Chi invited her warmly. Gu Ninji was a bit tempted. She really liked how Ma Chi-Chi's mother felt, but after thinking about it, it wasn't good to always go to someone else's house, especially since she had just been there not long ago. She couldn't really do that just because someone told her to. Gu Ninji thought about it and said, I also like Uncle and Annie a lot, but I still have a few reports to do this week. Maybe next time. Ma Chi-Chi also knew that Gu Ninji was anxious to graduate early and had taken many classes and still had to do her thesis. She expressed her understanding and put both hands on her shoulders. Smiling, she said, Okay, is it okay for you to stay here alone? Do you need someone to keep you company? It's really fine. I don't have time. What company? Do you want to study with me? Gu Ninji refused with a smile. Hurry up and go. Isn't your father coming to pick you up? Ma Chi-Chi nodded. My father's car is already downstairs. I'll go now. Go. Don't be so clingy. I'm not your boyfriend, so you don't have to be so attached. Gu Ninji teased and pushed Ma Chi-Chi out. Gu Ninji didn't want to go anywhere and stayed at school to study hard. Ma Chi-Chi went home for the weekend, so Gu Ninji stayed in the dorm alone. Ijichu called and asked, Ninji, do you have plans for the weekend? Yes, I have 3 reports to write and just started my graduation thesis. I'll be thankful if I don't have to stay up late on the weekend. Gu Ninji smiled as she opened her room door to go to the living room to turn off the TV. Ma Chi-Chi forgot to turn off the TV when she left. As soon as she picked up the remote control, she saw Gu Yinran appear on the television. She was wearing a snow-white riding outfit and riding on a red horse. She was talking to the reporters. Gu Ninji was shocked to discover that Gu Yinran had become the Prime Minister's personal assistant in just a few days. Ninji, why aren't you talking? Hijichu asked with concern when he heard the sudden silence on the other end of the line. Gu Ninji stared at the TV and said, Professor He, turn on the TV and watch the news. Hijichu was standing in front of the window. When he heard this, he turned around and walked to the coffee table with the remote control. He bent down to pick it up and turn on the TV. In the news station, Gu Yinran's image was still on the screen, and the reporters were still talking to the anchor. Next Monday is the First Lady's first court hearing, but the Prime Minister doesn't seem to be worried at all. He's still leisurely racing with his personal assistant at Dongshan Racecourse. This could also mean that the Prime Minister was confident about Monday's case. Or has the Prime Minister given up? I don't think he'll give up. Everyone knows that although the Prime Minister's wife is the one appearing in court, the Prime Minister can't just stay out of this. The anchor and the reporters started discussing the matter. However, Gu Ninji's focus had already changed. She looked at the TV screen coldly and asked Hijichu, Professor He, please say something. What is the relationship between Gu Yinran and me? At the critical moment when she was kidnapped in Germany, Gu Yinran suddenly revealed that she wasn't Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. It had been 3 to 4 weeks since her return, and Gu Yinran had only called once to tell her that she was fine and that she had broken up with Huo Shaoing. After that, She hadn't contacted her again. Compared to Gu Yanran's attentive attitude before she went to Germany, it was like a completely different person. Gu Yinji didn't know if other sisters interacted with each other in the same way. Although she wasn't Gu Yanran's biological daughter, they had grown up together. Kinship was something that developed over time. However, looking at Gu Yanran's attitude toward her, could it be that Gu Yanran had also lost her memory? Hijichu was also watching the TV. He was amazed by Gu Yanran's exuberance. It was like the seeds of weeds. Even if they were stuffed under a rock, they would still germinate. Hijichu would still admire this kind of all-pervasive spirit if it was only for the sake of self-improvement. But the prerequisite was that you couldn't sacrifice other people's interests to achieve your own goals. Hijichu thought about it for a while and said, just like you, Gu Yanran is Gu Xiangwen's daughter. However, if you don't like her, then just ignore her. What's the point of fighting with someone like that? I'm not fighting with her. I just find her annoying. I'm hanging up now. I still have a report to write. Gu Yinji hung up and ignored Hijichu. Hijichu slowly put down his phone and clenched his fists. His expression was dark. Gu Yanran was jumping up and down so hard. He could only hope that she still had a shred of rationality left. If she wanted to use her relationship with the Prime Minister to step on Gu Yinji, then she couldn't blame him for being merciless. On Monday, Gu Yinji originally had classes in the morning. However, in order to watch the live broadcast of the trial, she applied for leave and skipped class. She was alone in the dormitory, scrolling through her phone. This time, because it involved the First Lady, the trial couldn't be recorded. There was no video, only a text broadcast. Gu Yinji read line by line. When she saw Jin Wani's defense of the First Lady, Kai Songyin, she suddenly narrowed her eyes. What was Jin Wani trying to do with this kind of defense? The defense displayed on the phone was like this. Your Honorable Judge, according to Article 250 of our country's election law, the crime of misappropriation of campaign funds refers to a campaign team member taking advantage of his position to misappropriate campaign funds for personal use to carry out illegal activities, or misappropriating a large amount of campaign funds to carry out profit-making activities, or misappropriating a large amount of campaign funds and failing to return it. After 3 months, this is the crime of misappropriation of campaign funds. We can see that the precondition for the crime of misappropriation of campaign funds is that the misappropriation of campaign funds is for personal use. According to the evidence, although the defendant, Kai Songyin, misappropriated campaign funds, she returned it to the campaign account within 3 months. There are bank accounts here to prove it. Furthermore, the defendant, Kai Songyin, is the campaign team's finance manager and the Prime Minister's wife. She never misappropriated campaign funds for personal use. It was all for the campaign and never carried out profit-making activities. The prosecutor disagreed and asked her. Kai Songyin sent out a press release saying that the evening gown worth $260,000 was self-funded, but it was actually campaign funds. How can this be considered as not being used for personal use? Jin Wani's defense was like this. As everyone knows, the press release is an unproven fact. After the press release, my client has never publicly admitted this in any situation. Furthermore, it was later proven that the sentence on the press release was actually added by a temporary employee of the campaign team on his own initiative. He has already been fired by the campaign team. Gu Yinji was speechless as she read up to this point. A temporary employee was able to dispel the prosecutor's suspicions? How could Jin Wani be so careless? As expected, the prosecutor immediately requested to summon the temporary employee, but Jin Wani refused to give up his contact information. Therefore, the prosecutor was relentlessly attacking her in court. She was in a difficult situation, so the situation was very unfavorable to Kai Songyin. Kai Songyin was able to maintain her smile at first, but it became harder and harder to smile as time went by. Jin Wani did not want to be outdone either. She engaged in a heated argument with the prosecutor. In the end, when the prosecutor was interrogating Kai Songyin, she lost control of her emotions. She pointed at the prosecutor in court and yelled, "Someone is obviously trying to mess with me." Mess with the Prime Minister. Do you think I don't know who's behind you? I'm telling you, even if you pull our prime minister down, it won't be your boss' turn to take over. What the hell? How dare you fight with us? The court was instantly in chaos. Even the text broadcast was interrupted for a while. When it appeared again later, it was the judge reprimanding Jean Wani and Kai Song-yin. It was obvious that the words he used were biased towards the prosecutor. The situation was very unfavorable for Kai Song-yin. This was the third update in May. It was an additional update of 50,000 Chidian dollars for Bagel 16 in April. Flipping back, there was still the fourth update. It was the fourth update today, asking for a guaranteed monthly vote. Chapter 762. Gun Yinji finished watching the live broadcast of the first trial and quickly sorted out a few suspicious points. First, Kai Song-yin's legal team had directly admitted that she had misappropriated campaign funds. This was the biggest mistake. In a case like this, as long as there was a case of misappropriation of campaign funds, even if the funds were returned on time, the case would have already lost in terms of logic, even if the funds were returned on time. That was because the public would always remember that you had a wife and finance director who misappropriated campaign funds. If Tan Dongbang wanted to run for re-election in the future, Kai Song-yin would almost guarantee that he would never be able to raise money again. So why did Jean Wani publicly admit it in her defense? Since there was a bank account to prove that the funds had been repaid within 3 months, it was fine to directly argue that it was a normal use of campaign funds. Since it was all cash inflows and outflows, Gun Yinji didn't believe that Jean Wani hadn't consulted a professional accountant. So why did they have to leave such a big loophole? Second, it was even funnier to push the nonsense of the press release to a temporary worker. This kind of reason was fine to fool the netizens, but to use it as a legitimate reason in court, it was like they didn't want Kai Song-yin to die safely enough, so they directly planted a ticking time bomb for themselves. In conclusion, Gun Yinji could only see one goal in doing this, and that was to target Kai Song-yin. Prime Minister Tan had perfectly extricated himself from this case, and Kai Song-yin would most likely not be sentenced because it would be very difficult to convict her of breaking the law. However, her reputation was completely ruined, so she would no longer be able to help Tan Dongbang in the election. It could be said that this case would only ruin Kai Song-yin alone. That was interesting. Gun Yinji turned off her phone and propped her head on her hand as she mused on the desk. After the live broadcast of the trial, some people were happy while others were sad. Tan Guirin watched as her mother lost control during the trial and was finally taken away by the bailiff. She immediately burst into tears. Gu Yanran and Tan Dongbang coaxed her together for a long time before she finally calmed down. Tan Guirin cried until she was tired and fell asleep as soon as she got home. Tan Dongbang tucked her in and said with pity, "This child has really been spoiled by her mother and me." He glanced at Gu Yanran. "Yanran, you have to spend more time with little darling in the future. You're strong, gentle, and very capable. I hope little darling can be positively influenced by you." "You flatter me, Prime Minister." Gu Yanran was flattered. She and Tan Dongbang left Tan Guirin's bedroom together. The corridor leading back to the office was empty and deep. Tan Dongbang sighed and said, "If only little darling was like you. I really wish I could have a daughter like you." Gu Yanran stopped in her tracks and looked at Tan Dongbang boldly. "Prime Minister, you know that I don't want to be your daughter. Is it hard for you to be my daughter?" Tan Dongbang looked away uncomfortably. "I'm old enough to be your father." Gu Yanran suddenly became excited. She looked up at Tan Dongbang with undisguised admiration in her eyes and whispered, "I also wish to have a father like you in my dreams, but when I'm really by your side, I'm glad you're not my father. Otherwise, what would I do?" Tan Dongbang closed his eyes and felt all the blood in his body rush to his brain. His eardrums pounded, and he could barely hear anything other than Gu Yanran's slightly raspy voice echoing in his ears. His arm instinctively wrapped around Gu Yanran's waist. Gu Yanran pushed open a door in the hallway and pulled Tan Dongbang inside. The room was dark, and the curtains were lowered, so they couldn't tell which room it was. However, Tan Dongbang had already pressed Gu Yinran onto the sofa and started kissing her like crazy. He hadn't been like this in a long time since Kai Songyin's accident. When Gu Yinran woke up the next day, she saw Tan Dongbang still sound asleep beside her and was extremely satisfied. She used her hand to draw circles on Tan Dongbang's chest until she saw him wake up. Tan Dongbang wasn't a young man anymore, so his stamina couldn't compare to Yi Xian's. However, the satisfaction he gave Gu Yinran was unparalleled. "You're awake?" Tan Dongbang opened his eyes to see Gu Yinran's beautiful face. He grabbed her hand and leaned down to kiss her. "Yeah." Gu Yinran beamed and sat up from the bed. "Little darling's birthday is coming up soon. I want to throw her a grand birthday party. What do you think?" "Really? I forgot about it. I've been too busy lately." Tan Dongbang also sat up and had an even better impression of Gu Yinran. "I'm very happy that you're good to little darling. I know, but I want you to know that I like little darling because you like her. I'll treasure everything you like." Gu Yinran was very good at sweet-talking, and Tan Dongbang hadn't felt this kind of feeling in many years. After being married to Kai Songyin for so many years, it was like his left hand touching his right hand. It wasn't as exciting as being with Gu Yinran. However, his beloved daughter, Tan Guiran, was still his treasure. Gu Yinran understood this very well, which was why she loved Tan Guiran so much. Also, Tan Guiran was only a daughter. She could get married with some dowry, so it wouldn't hinder her at all. Also, she knew that Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin had always been trying to matchmake Tan Guiran and Hua Xiaoheng. Originally, Gu Yinran thought it was impossible. However, after learning that Gu Yinji and Hua Xiaoheng had broken up, she suddenly felt that it wasn't impossible. Although Hua Xiaoheng wasn't interested in her, it was different for Tan Guiran. Gu Yinran had also clearly seen his attitude toward Tan Guiran at the airport that time. Therefore, as long as Tan Guiran could steal Hua Xiaoheng over, she could completely defeat Gu Yinji. When Gu Yinran thought of this, she became even more enthusiastic. After breakfast, she went to see Tan Guiran. She saw that Tan Guiran was still sitting motionlessly in front of the vanity. "Little darling, what's wrong?" Gu Yinran sat next to her and combed her hair. "It's your birthday in 2 days. Your father said he's going to hold a grand birthday party for you. When the time comes, he's going to invite all the influential people in the imperial capital to celebrate your birthday. How does that sound?" Tan Guiran looked down listlessly. "My mommy's case isn't over yet. How can I be in a mood for a birthday party?" "Little darling, you can't say that." Gu Yinran held her hand and persuaded her. "Do you think a birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence is just a party? This was also a social occasion, and many important events were decided at such social occasions. If you want your mommy's case to end as soon as possible, you should also happily host this birthday party and then find an opportunity to plead with those influential people." Tan Guiran was convinced. "Really?" "Of course." Gu Yinran held her hand. "I have another piece of news to tell you." "What news? Is it about my mommy?" Tan Guiran asked reflexively. It's about Hua Xiao." "Hua Xiao." Tan Guiran felt like it had been a long time since she heard this form of address. "Yes, I heard that he broke up with his girlfriend, Gu Yinji." "How did you know?" Tan Guiran's eyes widened. "Gu Yinji told me herself. Don't forget that Gu Yinji is my sister." Gu Yinran smiled faintly with a teasing look in her eyes. It was the 4th day of May. They were asking for guaranteed monthly votes and recommendation votes. Chapter 763. Really? When did this happen? Tan Guiran's attention was inevitably diverted. She stared at Gu Yinran with her eyes as pure as a lily. Gu Yinran thought Tan Guiran was very cute like this. She picked up the comb and combed her hair as she said, "It should have been after she returned from Germany." Sigh. "Although I'm her sister, I can't speak for her on this." "Why? Do you know why they broke up?" Tan Guiran asked anxiously. She clutched the robe on her chest, her expression very nervous. Gu Yinran looked at Tan Guiran's pure and beautiful face in the mirror and smiled. I don't know the specifics, but I know my sister very well and Min very well. So, I have a general idea of the reason. What reason? They broke up probably after Nianji returned from Germany. Gu Yanran paused and stopped combing. She moved closer to Tan Gairen's ear and whispered, I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. I definitely won't. Tan Gairen became even more nervous. She met Gu Yanran's eyes in the mirror and almost couldn't breathe. She didn't know why she was so nervous. Perhaps it was because she subconsciously didn't want to ruin anyone's relationship. Because of her, Gu Yanran bent down and moved closer to Tan Gairen's ear to whisper, My sister Nianji was kidnapped in Germany and disappeared for almost 2 weeks. After she was found, Xiao broke up with her. Tan Gairen stood up immediately. What? Are you serious? Hua Xiao broke up with Nianji because she was kidnapped in Germany? How could that be? How could that be? Gu Yanran froze. She didn't understand why Tan Gairen had such a big reaction. She knew Tan Gairen had disappeared for a period of time in the United States because the Tans had hyped it up in the Huaxia media to make Tan Dongbang a household name. However, she always thought it was a ploy by the Tans, and that Tan Gairen's disappearance was their own arrangement. The Tans forced Hua Xiaoheng to go to New York to save Tan Gairen. This was a top secret, so not many people in the upper echelons knew about it, much less Gu Yanran. As a result, she had no idea what Tan Gairen had gone through during her disappearance in the United States. Seeing that Tan Gairen was almost hysterical, Gu Yanran was a bit confused but still chose to comfort her. Holding her hand, she nodded and said, Why not? I understand. Do you want to? However, she then thought about how she shouldn't be so familiar with Gu Nianji's kidnapping. So she shut her mouth and said, Actually, I was just guessing. Maybe it wasn't because of that, or maybe it was because of something else. For example, Hua Xiao met someone more suitable, so he broke up with the wrong person. Tan Gairen finally exhaled and blushed. Her eyes sparkled as she sat back down on the soft white chair in front of her vanity. She murmured, Hua Xiao found someone more suitable? Do you have a girlfriend now? I have to ask you about that. Gu Yanran smiled and patted her face. Did you forget that Hua Xiao personally went to pick you up? He even took care of you at the airport. Don't you understand? Tan Gairen smiled sheepishly and shook her head. Actually, Hua Xiao and I don't have much of a relationship. Really, we're just normal friends. Hua Xiaoheng had never acted more than a normal friend to her. She knew that very well. However, she also knew that she secretly liked Hua Xiaoheng. But even though she liked him, she never confessed to Hua Xiaoheng or pestered him, because she knew he had a girlfriend. A good girl wouldn't be a third party. No matter how much Tan Gairen liked Hua Xiaoheng, she wouldn't break them up. So when Gu Yanran said that, Tan Gairen instinctively objected. Actually, I'm really not close to Hua Xiao. His breakup with Gu Nianji should be a problem between them. I don't think it has anything to do with anyone else. I know. Of course it's a problem between them. Although Gu Nianji is my sister, I won't stand on her side. Gu Yanran patted Tan Gairen's head. I really wish you were my sister. Unfortunately, it's just a thought. You could be my sister. Tan Gairen's eyes brightened. Why don't we become sworn sisters? You can be my godsister, and I'll be your godsister. Oh, ha ha ha. Gu Yanran couldn't help but laugh. She covered her mouth and laughed so hard that tears were about to fall. Little darling, oh little darling, you're such a clown. What era are we in? Sworn sisters. Little darling, are you living 100 years ago? Tan Gairen blushed even more from Gu Yanran's laughter. She leaned over the vanity and covered her face. Gu Yanran saw that Tan Gairen was embarrassed and finally stopped laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Little darling, your birthday happens to be this weekend. Do you want your birthday party to be on Friday, or Saturday, or Sunday is fine too? Tan Gairen's birthday was officially on Saturday. Of course, she wanted to choose her official day. If it's not too much trouble, let's make it Saturday. Everyone is free, so there's no need to apply for another day off. Tan Gairen thought about it and looked up at Gu Yanran. Is that okay? Of course. Little darling, you're our little princess. Whatever you say is fine. Gu Yanran was very satisfied with Tan Gairen's dependence. Okay, Give me the guest list you want to invite. I'll make the arrangements. We must give you a grand birthday party on Saturday." Very quickly, the invitations to Tan Gyron's 25th birthday party were sent out. After all, it was the new Prime Minister's only daughter's first birthday party, so all the officials and nobles in the imperial capital were very respectful and all expressed that they would attend. In a short period of time, invitations to the Prime Minister's daughter's birthday party were hard to come by. Some government officials who didn't receive invitations were too embarrassed to show their faces and wanted nothing more than to buy them from the black market at a high price. But how could they allow invitations to the Prime Minister's official residence to reach the black market? They couldn't even pass a background check. Gu Yanran was responsible for issuing invitations to the birthday party this time. So many people came to fawn over her in hopes that she would be magnanimous and send out an extra invitation. To Gu Yanran, it was as easy as lifting a finger. But to the officials who didn't receive an invitation, it was like a lifesaver. Although Gu Yanran controlled the internal resources of the Prime Minister's official residence, she was a very amiable person. She never lost her composure, nor did she have a high and mighty attitude. Furthermore, she was very rich. She was the daughter of a wealthy family to begin with, and not just any ordinary wealthy family. Therefore, everyone's impression of her kept improving. Taking advantage of Tan Gyron's birthday party, Gu Yanran quietly made a name for herself and successfully established herself in the upper echelons of society in the imperial capital. At least everyone knew that Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant, Miss Gu, had a good background, was beautiful, and was very capable. However, she didn't put on airs and was very easy to talk to. She helped Prime Minister Tan build a good impression. Tan Dongbang's poll numbers, which had been pulled down because of Kai Songyin's case, slowly climbed up again. On Friday afternoon, Tan Dongbang looked at the latest poll numbers sent by his subordinates and said to Gu Yanran emotionally, "It's all thanks to Yanran. Otherwise, this situation wouldn't have been so easily reversed. Prime Minister, you're too kind. I only did what I was supposed to do, and I did it willingly." Gu Yanran smiled humbly and gently. She didn't have Kai Songyin's forcefulness at all, but she had Kai Songyin's ability. Tan Dongbang couldn't be more satisfied with her. He took her with him everywhere he went. Gu Yanran single-handedly took care of all of his outfits, travel arrangements, as well as the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence and his daughter, Tan Gyron. Gu Yanran thought about it with mixed feelings. In the past, when her mother sent her to study in England, she had been very unhappy. She didn't expect that the professional knowledge she had learned in England would finally be put to use. On Thursday night, Gu Yanran returned to her Third Ring Road apartment to pack her things. She hadn't been back for a long time. Downstairs was where Hua Xiaoheng kept Gun Yinji's mistress, but Gun Yinji hadn't been there since she returned from Germany. This was also one of the reasons why Gu Yanran believed Gun Yinji. If they hadn't fallen out, would Hua Xiaoheng have resisted sleeping with her for so long? The apartment downstairs was the irrefutable proof that he was keeping a mistress. This is the first night watch today. Flipping back, there was a second update. It was the fourth watch today. I'm looking for a guaranteed monthly ticket. Moi. Chapter 764. Using the key card to open the door, Gu Yanran turned on the wall lamp in the corner. The light in the pitch-black room suddenly brightened. A person sitting on the gray sofa in the middle of the living room instinctively raised her arm to block the glaring light. Gu Yanran finally realized there was someone in the room. Upon closer inspection, it was Yi Xian. Gu Yanran's heart that had been in her throat settled back down. She slowly walked over. "Xian, you're here." Yi Xian lowered his arm and looked up at Gu Yanran. Then he hugged her waist and rested his head on her waist. He murmured, "You're finally back. Yanran, why did you take so long to come back?" "Xian, I have work to do now. I'm very busy." Gu Yanran smiled warmly as she caressed the back of Yi Xian's head. Very gently, her fingers brushed past the back of his neck. Yi Xian felt goosebumps all over his body, but he didn't feel uncomfortable. Instead, he felt a rare sense of excitement. He couldn't help hugging her tighter and even pulling her against him. However, Gu Yanran didn't let him pull her down. She whispered, "Xian, my body doesn't feel too good." Yi Xian slowly let go and moved to the sofa. "Sit. Don't just stand there." Gu Yanran sat down next to him and took out an invitation from her bag. "This is an invitation to the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence on Saturday night. Are you free?" Yi Xian looked at the invitation and raised a brow. "Tangairen's birthday? Yanran, you're even worried about Tangairen's birthday. What exactly are you doing at the Prime Minister's official residence?" "I'm the Prime Minister's personal assistant. Cabinet matters have nothing to do with me. But the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence, the Prime Minister's schedule, and his daughter, Tangairen, are all handled by me." Gu Yanran propped up her head with one hand and stroked Yi Xian's arm with the other. "Although I have many subordinates, I'm not at ease. I have to see everything myself, so it's even more tiring." Yi Xian carefully studied Gu Yanran and saw that her eyes were blue and her face was pale. She truly looked exhausted. "You too. What do subordinates do? If you have to do everything, you won't be able to finish it even if you don't eat, drink, or sleep." As Yi Xian spoke, he moved to Gu Yanran's side to massage her. Gu Yanran closed her eyes comfortably and quickly fell asleep. Seeing that she was sleeping so soundly, Yi Xian couldn't bear to disturb her, so he carried her to the bedroom. On Friday morning, Gu Yanran slept all the way until dawn. When she woke up, she looked at her watch and screamed, "It's too late, too late." She quickly lifted the blankets and ran to the bathroom. She hurriedly washed up and went to the Prime Minister's residence without even saying goodbye to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the breakfast he had just made and shook his head helplessly. He sat down to eat alone and then turned on his computer to continue tracking the IP addresses of several secondary accounts on Weibo. He also wanted to know where the call to the TV station to get rid of the dean of a university's law department had come from. He looked at the program running on the computer and closed his eyes to rest. The facilities here were too basic. If it was in the United States, using the large supercomputer in his office in the United States to calculate, it would have been solved 800 years ago. Half a month had passed, and it was still calculating. Yi Xian sighed and simply set the alarm clock before lying on the sofa to sleep. On Friday evening, after Gunyinji finished class, she carried her backpack and rode her bicycle from the academic building back to the dormitory. Just as she reached the corner of the dormitory building, the window of a black Mercedes-Benz SUV rolled down. Gu Yanran, wearing Prada floating cloud sunglasses, stuck her head out of the car and waved at her with a smile. "Nianji, come here." Gu Nianji was speechless. She held the bike with both hands and propped one foot on the ground to stop. Looking up at the car, she asked calmly, "What's the matter?" "Nianji, of course there's something. It's a good thing." Gu Yanran continued to wave from the car. Gu Nianji clearly sensed that Gu Yanran was different from before. In the past, when she saw Gu Nianji, no matter if she was cold or affectionate, she always had a sense of caution. It was as if she was afraid of offending Gu Nianji, but couldn't help wanting to stab her. But now, Gu Yanran's smile was very sincere and magnanimous. There was a sense of incongruity to it. Ever since Gu Nianji found out that it was Gu Yanran who stabbed her in the back when she was at her most vulnerable, and that Gu Xiangwen wasn't her biological father, she couldn't even be bothered to be perfunctory with Gu Yanran. "Miss Gu, if you have something to say, just say it. I still have to go to night study." Gu Nianji had no intention of getting out of the car. She still propped one foot on the ground. The light from the setting sun shone through the gap between two buildings and fell on Gu Nianji's left leg, which was propped up on the ground. She wore a pair of tight jeans, and her slender leg looked like an exquisite piece of art under the golden sunlight. Gu Yanran's gaze involuntarily fell on Gu Nianji's leg and quietly looked at it for a while. Gu Nianji grew impatient. She stomped on the ground and got on the bike to leave. Only then did Gu Yanran call out, "Wait." She opened the door and got out. As soon as Gu Yanran got out, a few bodyguards dressed in black and wearing sunglasses surrounded her. They looked at the students walking in and out of the dormitory building cautiously. Gu Nianji pursed her lips and propped her foot on the ground again to wait for Gu Yanran to walk over. Gu Yanran stopped in front of her and chuckled. Nianji, you're so arrogant. Haha, I'm just talking to my younger sister and saying that my younger sister is arrogant. Miss Gu, who's the arrogant one? Gu Nianji rang the car bell nonchalantly. If you have something to say it quickly. I won't be able to get anything to eat at the cafeteria if I'm late. You haven't had dinner yet? Come, I'll take you to dinner. Gu Yanran invited her warmly and tried to take her hand. Gu Nianji raised her hand and pushed Gu Yanran's hand away. She coughed and said, Gu Yanran, what exactly do you want? I'm really busy. I still have the night study. You call going to the evening self-study session very busy? Nianji, you're getting more and more interesting. Gu Yanran covered her mouth and laughed. Don't be naughty. I have something to tell you. Go ahead. I'm all ears. Gu Nianji turned to look at her. Miss Gu, it's getting late. Okay, I'll make it short, Gu Yanran said as she lowered her head to take out an invitation from her bag. Tomorrow is the birthday of the Prime Minister's daughter, Miss Tanguran. This is the invitation to the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence tomorrow night. Nianji, it wasn't easy for me to prepare one for you. You have to come. No, I'm not free. Gu Nianji refused immediately and didn't even look at the invitation in Gu Yanran's hand. You're such a stubborn child. Gu Yanran glared at her. What's wrong? Are you angry at me? Angry at me for revealing that you're not father's biological daughter? Actually, what's wrong with that? Although you're an adopted daughter, father loves you more than he loves me. You should be happy. Gu Nianji only want to look up at the sky and sigh. However, Gu Yanran always acted like a caring sister in front of others. Earlier, she had been stubborn and refused to go to Gu Yanran's car. If she continued to argue with Gu Yanran now, people would probably really think she was being stubborn. So Gu Nianji pursed her lips and said patiently, It's nothing. I'm really busy. I wasted some time in Germany, so I'm making up for it now. You think I don't know? But tomorrow is Saturday, and you don't have classes. Go and have a look and say happy birthday to Miss Tan. Gu Yanran pushed her arm. I'm helping you pave the way. You just broke up with Xiao. If you don't know more people from high society, how will you earn money in the future? You're a lawyer, so you have to know some big clients, right? Gu Nianji was speechless. Gu Yanran saw that Gu Nianji didn't say anything and thought she had heard what she said. She relaxed. Okay, don't be angry with me. I'm very busy right now. I'm Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant. His official residence and his work schedule are all handled by me, including the Prime Minister's daughter, Tanguran. I can't help it. If I don't spend as much time with you, don't blame me. Gu Nianji finally looked at her strangely. You. Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant? She took it seriously, yes. Gu Yanran took out the badge she used to enter the Prime Minister's official residence for Gu Nianji to see. Here, this is my identification. Come to the Prime Minister's official residence tomorrow, and I'll show you around. It's actually a very ordinary residence. It's not as luxurious as our family's residence in Barbados. This was the second update of the day, and the monthly pass was 500 plus updates. Flipping back, there was still the third update. Chapter 765. Gu Nianji listened patiently for a long time, but the expression on her face calmed down. She had an indifferent smile on her face, and Gu Yanran couldn't see through her. Are you done? Gu Nianji looked up at her and knew that if she insisted on not going now, Gu Yanran would nag at her for a long time. She reached out to take the invitation. Okay, I'll go tomorrow when I'm free. Great. Nianji, when you get there tomorrow, just tell them my name. I'll send someone to bring you in. It was obvious that Gu Yanran was genuinely happy. Gu Nianji, she looked at the invitation in her hand. This invitation still can't let me in? He had to look for Miss Gu to get in. Then why would he need an invitation? I'll just report your name tomorrow. Gu Nianji slapped the invitation back to Gu Yanran. Gu Yanran quickly corrected herself and winked at her. Of course not, Nianji. Of course you can go with this invitation, but if you say my name and say you're my sister, they'll be more respectful to you. Also, you don't have to wait in line and can come in immediately. Isn't that good? Didn't you say you were busy? Okay, I'll check tomorrow's schedule. As she spoke, she stuffed the invitation into her bag and stepped onto the pedals. I'll be going then. Okay, you have to come tomorrow. Gu Yanran waved at her and returned to her car. Gu Yinji parked her bicycle in the shed and looked up to see Gu Yanran's car drive away proudly. There were even motorcycles leading the way. It was quite a scene. Gu Yinji pouted. She was speechless at Gu Yanran's habit of using her connections to intimidate others. She carried her backpack and walked out of the bike shed. Just as she was about to enter the dormitory building, she heard someone calling her from behind. This time, she recognized In Shixiang's voice. Gu Yinji's face lit up. She turned around and opened her arms to In Shixiang, who was standing at the bottom of the stairs. Are you here to see Chi-Chi? If it weren't for the fact that someone was watching him from behind, he would have cried and complained to Gu Yinji he had come to see Chi-Chi. He had been forced to come and see Chi-Chi. Of course, he was willing to endure the hardship and couldn't ask for more. Yinji, it's like this. In Shixiang smiled as he took out 2 invitations from his pocket. These are invitations to the Prime Minister's daughter's birthday party tomorrow. I want to invite Chi-Chi to go with me. Gun Yinji's eyes lit up, and she patted In Shixiang's shoulder vigorously. Not bad, Brother Xiong. Good luck. But Chi-Chi said on the phone that she's not used to that kind of occasion and doesn't want to go. In Shixiang smiled bitterly. I was wondering if you could help me out and attend the banquet at the Prime Minister's residence with Chi-Chi. Gu Yinji recalled that Gu Yanran had specially given her an invitation. She rolled her eyes and said, Sure, but can I see your invitation? In Shixiang quickly handed the invitation to Gu Yinji. Gu Yinji glanced at it. It was basically the same as the invitation Gu Yanran had given her, but hers had her name on it. In Shixiang's invitation didn't have her name on it. Now, that was interesting. Gu Yinji originally didn't want to go at all. She didn't even need to think to know that Gu Yanran had specially sent an invitation for her to attend an event that wouldn't make her feel comfortable. Why would she make things difficult for herself? However, seeing In Shixiang rarely speak, and going with Chi-Chi to see the world, especially to see the real people they had dissed on Weibo, seemed very interesting. Gu Yinji thought about it and asked casually, Tangairen's birthday party? What about her mother, Kai Songyin? Will she attend? She knew that Kai Songyin had been temporarily detained because she had lost control of her emotions in court that day. So this time, Tangairen's birthday party wasn't hosted by her biological mother. It was hosted by Gu Yanran, a person with a strange identity. In Shixiang smiled secretly and looked around before whispering in Gu Yinji's ear, This is the birthday gift we specially prepared for Miss Tan. At that time, not only will Miss Tan eat a whale, but even the Prime Minister and his pretty assistant might eat a whale. They have great appetites. They can even eat a whale from the deep sea. Gu Yinji sneered lightly. Thinking of Gu Yanran's arrogant attitude earlier, she suddenly became interested in tomorrow's party. She looked down to take the invitation from In Shixiang and said casually, This was Huaxiao's idea, right? How did you know? In Shixiang pretended to look terrified and even pretended to look around. Gu Yinji immediately understood that Huaxiaoheng should be nearby. She immediately stopped smiling and put the invitation back into her bag. I have to go now. I still have to study at night today, so I can only go tomorrow after I finish my report. Brother Xiong, you better pray to God that I can finish my report successfully today. Otherwise, I won't be able to bring your Chi-Chi to the party tomorrow. In Shixiang chuckled at Gu Yinji's words, but he accepted the words, your Chi-Chi, surprisingly well. Gu Yinji returned to the dormitory and saw that Ma Chi-Chi had already returned. She was hugging snacks and watching TV in the living room. Seeing Gu Yinji come in, Ma Chi-Chi raised the snack bucket in her hand and asked, Do you want some? Cashews. Gu Yinji shook her head. It's too oily. I don't want to eat it. I haven't had dinner yet. Putting down her bag, Gu Yinji took out an invitation and placed it in front of Ma Chi-Chi. Here, Chi-Chi. Brother Xiong asked me to give this to you at the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence tomorrow. Oh, I told him I wouldn't go. Ma Chi-Chi shrugged. I'm just a normal citizen. I don't go to those kinds of events for officials and nobles. Don't you think he's asking me to go and embarrass myself? Gunyanji found it funny and walked over to sit next to her. Pinching her perky little nose, she said, "Don't say that, Chi-Chi. Officials and nobles are actually nothing special. Also, don't you want to see the person we fought against on Weibo in real life?" Ma Chi-Chi glanced at her and threw a round cashews into her mouth. "I've never been to an event like that before. I'm so sorry. I'll go. Are you going?" Gunyanji could tell that Ma Chi-Chi was just a little scared. She should actually be interested, not to mention In Shi Xiao. Hearing that Gunyanji was going, Ma Chi-Chi's eyes immediately lit up. "I'll go. Of course I'll go." She happily put away the invitation and stood up. "Okay, then you have to come with me tomorrow. I'm a puppy if I don't go. It's okay if I'm a puppy." Woof, woof, woof. It's so cute. Gunyanji blinked at Ma Chi-Chi with her big, expressive eyes and barked like a puppy. Ma Chi-Chi almost fainted from the shock. Okay. I'm scared of you. Anyway, you have to take me tomorrow. Otherwise, I won't go. Ma Chi-Chi said as she carried the snack bucket back to her room. As soon as she entered, she closed the door with her back and leaned against it. Taking out her phone, she texted In Shi Xiao, "It's done." In Shi Xiao was sitting in the car when he received Ma Chi-Chi's text. He was so happy he turned to Hua Xiaoheng, who was sitting in the back seat. "Hua Xiao, it's done." Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly and asked In Shi Xiao, "What about Kai Song-in? Is the bail procedure done?" "It's done." In Shi Xiao stepped on the accelerator and started the car. He sighed. "She's so unlucky. I heard from the court that she didn't actually have to be locked up for so long. She could be released the next day. But the Tan's lawyers seem to have forgotten about her, and Tan Dongbang didn't say anything either. She's been in detention all this time." Hua Xiaoheng chuckled. "Isn't that perfect? If she was released immediately, how would there be all this drama to watch?" In Shi Xiao thought it was funny, but he thought of Gu Yanran. He still looked at the rearview mirror and said, "Hua Xiao, what about Gu Yanran? She has quite a lot of power now." "Yeah, leave her with Ninji." Hua Xiaoheng raised his wrist to look at his watch disapprovingly. "It's getting late. Let's hurry back for the regular meeting." Their regular meetings were all held on Friday nights. After the meeting, they would go on duty and spend the weekend. Gu Ninji wrote her report the entire night and didn't sleep until 6 in the morning. Because the birthday party at the Prime Minister's official residence was at night, Gu Ninji planned to sleep the entire day. On Saturday morning, Hua Xiaoheng called her, but no one picked up. In the end, he called Ma Chi-Chi and found out that she stayed up all night to write her report, but slept the entire day. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. Would she try to escape him perfectly? This was the third update for the day, and the monthly pass was 1,000 plus updates. He flipped to the third update. Chapter 766. Hua Xiaoheng hung up and didn't want to disturb Gunyanji. He was also very busy with work, so he always had time to call her. However, Gunyanji was either studying or sleeping, so she rarely answered his calls. 2 weeks had passed in a flash, and he hadn't seen her. Hua Xiaoheng turned on his computer and wanted to check his work schedule for the day, but he realized he was a bit distracted. His eyes kept glancing at his phone, but he finally stopped himself. However, staying up late was a bad habit, so he had to remind her when he saw her at the birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence. Gunyanji had slept very soundly during the day because she hadn't slept all night. He Jichu also called her in the afternoon, but seeing that no one picked up, he also called Ma Chi-Chi. Ma Chi-Chi also told him that Gunyanji had stayed up late last night and only fell asleep this morning. After Jichu put down the phone, he immediately drove to a restaurant outside and ordered takeout to personally deliver to her dorm. It was already around 4 in the afternoon when he arrived at Gunyanji's dorm. Jichu called Gunyanji again, and she picked up this time. Her voice still sounded sleepy as she sat on the bed and rubbed her eyes. "Professor He, what's up?" Jichu replied dryly. "I brought you some soup. Do you want to come down and get it?" "Soup?" Gunyanji immediately fell hungry. She had slept all day and hadn't eaten anything. "I'll be right down." "Thank you, Professor He." Gu Nianji happily put on her clothes and went downstairs. She saw Hijichu wearing a plain suit and a light blue tie. He stood elegantly in front of the dorm building, and many girls were sneaking glances at him. However, Hijichu wasn't impatient at all. Gu Nianji walked out with a smile and extended her hand. "Thank you, Professor He." Hijichu placed a set of insulated lunchboxes with hot dishes and soup in her hand. "Eat while it's hot." He then asked her, "There's a birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence tonight. Do you want to go?" He asked casually, as if he could take Gu Nianji any time she wanted to go. Gu Nianji quickly asked, "You also got an invitation?" "Yeah, Gu Yanran gave me one." Hijichu heard her say, "Also, don't tell me you already have an invitation." "Yes, Gu Yanran also gave me a copy. She personally delivered it to me so that I could see how proud she was." Gu Nianji was a little helpless. That arrogance was unimaginable. Hijichu smiled. This kind of person is short-sighted. If you don't want to acknowledge her, then don't acknowledge her. "Huh? That won't do." Gu Nianji shook her head and said seriously, "It's not a matter of whether I admit it or not. Since she and I are both daughters of the Gu family, even if I hate her, I will not abandon my identity. Just like you said, legally speaking, I am Gu Xiangwen's daughter. What's wrong with that? Why would I want to avoid her? Does she deserve it?" "That's right." Hijichu rubbed her head. "So are you going to the Prime Minister's official residence tonight?" "Go, why wouldn't I go? She tried so hard to get me to go. If I don't go, wouldn't it be a waste of her careful preparations?" Gu Nianji saw that everyone around her seemed to have been invited, so she understood Gu Yanran's intentions. However, she was not afraid of Gu Yanran at all. She didn't want to talk to her before because she didn't want trouble. However, if Gu Yanran insisted on making things difficult for her, she would not be lenient. She would not cause trouble, but she was not afraid of trouble either. If anyone dared to mess with her, she would make sure that person would avoid her for the rest of their lives. They would never want to mess with her a second time. Hijichu nodded. "Don't be afraid. I will also go tonight." He would keep an eye on Gu Yanran. If he found out that she had anything to do with those dirty tricks, he would not forgive her. Gu Nianji returned to the dormitory with the lunchbox and happened to see Ma Chi-Chi coming out of her room. "Wow, what is this? It smells so good." Ma Chi-Chi could not move when she saw the food. Gu Nianji opened the lunchbox to see a big bowl of stewed ribs with lotus root, a bowl of sea cucumber millet porridge, a box of steamed eggs with sea cucumber, and a bowl of chicken sea cucumber. "This is a sea cucumber banquet." Ma Chi-Chi's eyes lit up as she clicked her tongue. "Professor, he prepared this for you? You must know that you stayed up too late last night. These sea cucumber dishes are nourishing and especially suitable for people who often stay up late. Come, let's eat together." Gu Nianji took out a bowl and chopsticks to scoop a bowl of soup for Ma Chi-Chi. The two of them began eating the food Hijichu had bought. It had to be said that Hijichu knew Gu Nianji very well. The food he had bought was for two people. He knew that she would share it with Ma Chi-Chi. The amount of food wasn't actually a lot, and the taste was especially delicious. The sea cucumber was cooked to perfection and wasn't dry at all. It felt like it melted in the mouth, but it wasn't so soft that it was chewy. She could also tell that there was only a little salt in the dishes. There were no seasonings like MSG, chicken powder, mushroom powder, or anything like that. It was completely the aroma of the ingredients themselves. After finishing the dinner, Ma Chi-Chi collapsed on the sofa and rubbed her stomach. "I think I'm stuffed. Why would I go to a birthday banquet today? I definitely won't be able to eat anything." Gu Nianji snickered and pointed at Ma Chi-Chi. "You're really thinking too much. How can a birthday banquet be a proper dinner? It's all alcohol, fruit, and some buffet food. It's not delicious at all. Also, the guests aren't there to eat. They're there to socialize, understand? I don't understand." Ma Chi-Chi shook her head honestly. "I told you I'm not going. Then we're not going?" Gu Nianji said deliberately. "We'll just be wallflowers if we go anyway. I don't know many people there." Ma Chi-Chi thought about it and muttered, "Then let's go. I've never been to an event like this before. I can brag about it for a year if I go." Gu Nianji laughed until her stomach hurt. She leaned on the table and screamed for a while before returning to her room to shower and change. It was already dark when it was past 7. The streetlights outside the dormitory building lit up and cast a dim yellow glow. Gun Yinji was wearing trousers and a light purple wool top with puffy sleeves. The neckline was layered in a medieval scarf style. The chest was loose, but the waist area suddenly shrank, making her breasts slimmer and waist slimmer. She wore a pair of thin gray wool pants with straight seams on her long legs. They were tucked into mid-calf boots. She looked very capable. She didn't have much makeup on. She only put on a layer of bright pink lipstick. Her face immediately lit up. Ma Chi-Chi was wearing a sky blue Chanel autumn/winter suit. The skirt was just above her knees, revealing her long legs. On her feet were a pair of matching Manolo shoes, Blantic high heels, and a long coat that reached her knees. It was already the end of October. The nights in the imperial capital were already very cold. In Shixiang and Hua Xiaoheng drove to Gun Yinji's dormitory and saw Gun Yinji and Ma Chi-Chi waiting at the entrance. In Shixiang happily waved for them to come over. However, only Ma Chi-Chi ran over and got into the car. Gun Yinji walked to the other car. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the back seat and looked at the car in front with a deep gaze. He recognized the license plate. It was He Zhichu's car. Your professor, he is also attending the birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's official residence. Hua Xiaoheng asked Ma Chi-Chi calmly. Yes, Professor, he even brought us dinner tonight. It was all sea cucumber. It was so delicious. It was the fourth night watch of the day. There were a total of 4 night watches today. Please guarantee monthly votes and recommendation votes. Oh, intersection. Chapter 767. On Monday, they were asked to work overtime. Therefore, those who did not prepare their drafts could only wait until they got home from work. There would be 4 chapters tomorrow on the 3rd, but they could not post them all at once. Please forgive me. The update time would be the same as before. 3 meals in the morning, afternoon, and evening. Another midnight snack. All right, let me remind everyone of your monthly votes and recommendation votes. See you tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock a.m. Moi. Oh, intersection. Oh. Chapter 768. Hua Xiaoheng grunted with an indifferent expression and didn't say anything else. He sat in the back seat of the car and turned his head to look at the night view outside for a while. On the imperial capital's highway at night, the tall street lights on the roadside flickered and formed a bright line. He remembered looking down from a fighter jet at night. The ground was brightly lit and dazzling, brighter than the stars and more beautiful than anything else. Every time he was in a bad mood, he would test fly the latest fighter jet, shuttling through the night sky and appearing and disappearing among the clouds. He would see the peaceful and beautiful scenery on the ground. No matter how great his worries were, they would disappear. However, such a beautiful night view was dull to him today. After a while, Hua Xiaoheng withdrew his gaze and took out his phone to open his contacts. He pressed on Gun Yinji's profile picture and clicked send. Without thinking, he sent her a text message, no staying up late at night. After sending it, he felt it was too serious and too rigid. Considering Gun Yinji's current rebellious mentality toward him, he rubbed his fingers on the phone for a while before slowly adding, no staying up late at night. Gun Yinji sat in the passenger seat of He Zhichu's car and tilted her head to discuss the arguments in her graduation thesis. She always felt that the arguments were insufficient and couldn't prove the point she wanted to make. Just as she was sorting out her thoughts, she suddenly felt the phone in her small bag vibrate a few times. A text message must have come in. She thought it was Ma Chi-Chi. She took out her phone and swiped it open, only to find that it was a text from Hua Xiaoheng. Staring at the first text from Hua Xiaoheng, Gun Yinji couldn't help but sneer. She thought to herself, "You're so nosy. Who are you? Do you still think you're my guardian? I'm already an adult. Can you please talk nicely?" She was cursing silently and was about to turn off her phone when she saw the second text from Hua Xiaoheng. "It's not good for your health." Gun Yinji was speechless. Her fingers paused, and she almost couldn't keep the sneer on her face. Hua Xiaoheng was a man of his word and had a cold personality. Sending a text like this was probably the limit for him, right? Gun Yinji felt her nose sting. She looked at the phone for a while and decisively put it back in her small bag. Looking at the small bag, she realized that she had casually taken the new Hermes bag that Hua Xiaoheng had given her. Gun Yinji stared at the small bag for a while, then crossed her arms and leaned back in her seat. She closed her eyes to rest. He Ji-chu turned to look at her. You didn't sleep last night? Don't stay up late in the future. If you can't make it in time, you can graduate half a year later. No, I've already made plans. Gun Yinji shook her head and stubbornly refused. Okay, take care of yourself. He Ji-chu stopped trying to persuade her to give up. You have to have a plan when you do things. Don't act on impulse. Got it. Thank you, Professor He. Gun Yinji had always respected He Ji-chu as a teacher. This drove him crazy, but he didn't know what to do to get rid of the mountain of respect for her teacher that stood between them. Fortunately, he still remembered that more haste, less speed when he first found Gun Yinji. After calming himself down, He Ji-chu asked again, Were you planning to give Miss Tan for her birthday? Gun Yinji didn't even open her eyes. She calmly said, A red packet. Then she added, 250 yuan. He Ji-chu was speechless. He looked at Gun Yinji from the corner of his eyes, a faint smile in his shimmering, sultry eyes. You really dared to give it to her? Why wouldn't I dare? I also prepared a red packet for Gu Yanran as a reward for her hard work. Gun Yinji smiled. 250 yuan per person. Gun Yinji was wide awake from He Ji-chu's words. What about you? What did Professor He give? Before He Ji-chu could answer, Gun Yinji asked curiously, Is Gu Yanran very close to Professor He? Or are you very close to the Tans and the Kais? Otherwise, why would you want to give He Ji-chu an invitation to Tan Gairen's birthday party? He Ji-chu looked at Gun Yinji with a complicated expression. You think I'm close to them? Yes. Gun Yinji nodded honestly. Gu Yanran and your teaching assistant, Wen Shuyi, don't even need to be mentioned. They're as close as sworn sisters. Since they're so close, there's no reason you wouldn't be close to Gu Yanran, right? Gun Yinji smiled slyly. She used a little trick here and didn't directly answer He Ji-chu's question. Instead, she used circumstantial evidence to indirectly prove her point. It was actually a little bit of sophistry. Of course, He Ji-chu heard it immediately, but he didn't directly refute it. Instead, he said, Yes, they're quite close. However, isn't it wrong to directly infer that I'm close to Gu Yanran just because they're close? What are you hinting at? That I have an unusual relationship with Wen Shuyi, or that I'm secretly in contact with Gu Yanran? Gun Yinji blushed instantly. Her little trick had been discovered, and she was directly rebuked. Professor He was indeed Professor He. She was still too inexperienced. Gun Yinji only retorted for a while before returning to normal. She giggled and said, Actually, I had my suspicions. Did he have an unusual relationship with Wen Shuyi? Or was he secretly in contact with Gu Yanran? He Ji-chu couldn't help but want to sneer. His voice quickly cooled. Ha! In your eyes, am I such a lowly person? I'm only fit to interact with these people. You could basically tell what kind of person a person was from their circle of friends. Gun Yinji almost choked on her own words. She immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Professor He. I was wrong. I shouldn't have thought that way. You already thought what you shouldn't have. He Ji-chu was furious. He felt like his anger was endless, but he had nowhere to vent it. He had almost given up everything to find Gun Yinji, but he could only face this kind of situation. He couldn't move forward, nor could he retreat. He couldn't even explain himself. In his rage, He Ji-chu suddenly honked the car horn to vent his anger. Gun Yinji quickly covered her ears. Professor He, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Can you not be angry? The honking was quite scary. The cars around them all moved out of the way. They didn't know what was wrong with the car. In Xixiang had been driving closely behind He Ji-chu and Gun Yinji the entire time. He also heard the car in front of them honking like crazy. What's wrong? What happened? Ma Chichi looked forward curiously. Is that Professor He and Yinji's car? Yes. Chase after them and force them to stop. Hua Xiaoheng put down the phone in his hand and calmly ordered In Xixiao. Yes, Chief. In Shixiang replied instinctively. He then said to Ma Chichi, "Sit tight." He stepped on the accelerator, and their Bentley suddenly accelerated like an arrow released from a bow. Hijichu honked for a while in front, and finally felt a little better. Just as he moved his hand away, he saw Hua Xiaoheng's car in the rearview mirror catching up to them. Hijichu was still angry. Although he had honked to vent his anger, it was far from enough. Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng wanted to force him to stop was exactly what he wanted. He said to Gunyanji, "Sit tight." Then he slammed his foot on the accelerator. Their car roared, and Gunyanji swore that in that instant, she felt like the car was really going to leave the ground and fly. In Shixiang was just about to catch up to the car in front of them when he realized that the car had shot forward almost in the blink of an eye. The sudden acceleration was shockingly fast, and it even made a series of loud rumbling sounds like thunder. Hua Xiaoheng's expression suddenly changed. He sat up abruptly and spat out 2 words through his teeth, "Sonic boom." In Shixiang, "Professor He, are you going to fly into the sky?" Only a supersonic fighter jet would have the sonic boom effect of driving a car. No wonder they disappeared in the blink of an eye. They might have already arrived at the Prime Minister's official residence at 32 Willow Alley. Ma Chichi tightly gripped the safety handle on the roof of the car. She was dizzy from the jolting and almost vomited. In Shixiang looked at her and was a bit worried. He involuntarily relaxed the accelerator and said to the rearview mirror, "Hua Xiao, do we still chase?" Hua Xiaoheng slowly leaned back and looked in the direction where Hijichu's car had disappeared. After a while, he finally said, "No need." However, although In Shixiang didn't need to chase, Hua Xiaoheng had already sent an encrypted message to the Special Operations Forces informant in the Prime Minister's official residence. Pay attention to a silver-gray Bentley. The license plate number is XXXXX. Find an opportunity to draw the engine diagram. The message was also coded, so even if it was intercepted, they wouldn't understand what it meant. This was the first watch. Today was the 4th watch. Now the monthly tickets are doubled. Everyone, vote quickly. There are also recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets of 1,500 plus updates at 1 p.m. 3rd watch at 7 p.m. Monthly tickets of 2,000 plus updates at 11 p.m. P.S. Thank you to Only Reading Makes People Happy in Life for your 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Moi. Chapter 769. In Shixiang had guessed correctly. Hijichu's car had already sped to the Prime Minister's official residence. It was a Saturday night in the imperial capital, so although the highway wasn't crowded, the speed was still shocking. Gunyinji's entire body was shaking when she got out of the car. The way Hijichu had driven just now was too scary. More importantly, how could that car drive at such a speed? It was inhuman. Hijichu's anger finally dissipated after speeding for a whole car. However, seeing Gunyinji's pale face and how she couldn't even walk properly, he felt guilty. He walked over and extended his arm to Gunyinji. "Can you still walk? Do you want to give me a ride in?" Gunyinji originally wanted to say no in a very courageous manner, but she hadn't even taken 2 steps when she felt the world spin around her. She reflexively grabbed Hijichu's arm and stood still. "Professor He, are you trying to murder me?" Gunyinji lowered her voice and gritted her teeth. "Your car really can fly." That was definitely not a figure of speech. "I'm sorry." Hijichu pursed his lips. "I didn't control my emotions well." He turned to look at his car and knew he had already been exposed in front of Hua Xiaoheng. With Hua Xiaoheng's shrewdness and stubbornness toward engines, he had probably already arranged for people to prepare to tear his car apart. Hijichu reached back to touch the hood of his car, then put his hand in his pocket to grab the car key and quickly pressed the self-destruct button. A muffled bang immediately came from the hood of the Bentley, and a few wisps of faint white smoke flowed out from the gap in the hood. It was quickly dispersed by the late autumn night wind in the imperial capital. Hijichu smiled and turned to lead Gunyinji into the Prime Minister's official residence. Gunyinji didn't use the special invitation Gu Yanran had given her. Instead, she used the normal invitation In Shixiang had given her and Ma Chichi. She noticed that He Jichu's invitation was also the normal kind without name. Even with how much Gu Yanran sucked up to He Jichu, she didn't give him a special invitation with her name printed on it. This was enough to prove that the invitation Gu Yanran gave Gu Nianji had a special meaning. Therefore, she once again confirmed that she had made the right decision not to use the invitation that Gu Yanran had specially given her. Gu Nianji composed herself and smiled as she followed He Jichu to the entrance of the Prime Minister's official residence. There were security personnel carrying equipment to conduct a security check. The two of them lined up and placed the gifts on the long table at the side. There were professionals there to register and receive Tan Gairen's birthday gifts. Like Gu Nianji, He Jichu also sent red packets. However, it was much bulkier than Gu Nianji's small 250 renminbi red packet. After passing the security check, the two of them passed through the long corridor and walked towards the building where the Prime Minister's family lived. There were a total of 3 rows of buildings in the Prime Minister's residence, arranged in the shape of the king character. The Prime Minister's family lived in the middle of the second horizontal bar. The first building was the main meeting room. Most of the cabinet meetings were held here. After passing through the conference building's long corridor, they arrived at the second row of the Wang character. This small building was where the Prime Minister's family lived. It was considered the Prime Minister's privacy, and Hua Xiaohing's methods could not be used here. The third and final building was the Prime Minister's office building. His aides and staff were all in the third building. Tan Gairen's birthday banquet was considered a family banquet, so it couldn't be used in the first building. Of course, it couldn't be used in the third building. It could only be held in the second building, where the Prime Minister's family lived. This was Gu Nianji's second time here. The first time she came, He Jichu was also here. At the time, Prime Minister Dou's family lived here. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of Dou Qingyan. She should still be in prison, right? When she thought of Dou Qingyan, she thought of Yamaguchi Aiko, or Yamaguchi Yuko. And this person seemed to have a close relationship with Gu Yanran. When she thought of this, Gu Nianji felt that she should find an opportunity to visit Dou Qingyan in prison. But what reason could she find? She wasn't related to Dou Qingyan, nor was she her lawyer. It wouldn't be easy to apply to visit her. If there really was no other way, she could only ask Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe for help. Gu Nianji pondered as she followed He Jichu into the building where the Prime Minister's family lived. As soon as she looked up, she was stunned by the decorations inside. She saw that the wall facing the main door was decorated with pure white lilies to form the shape of a heart. In the center of the heart was a huge photo of Tan Gairen that was as tall as the wall. In the photo, Tan Gairen was wearing a white princess dress and a diamond crown on her head. This diamond crown wasn't the transparent diamond crown Tan Gairen had worn at the Prime Minister's inauguration. It was a pink diamond crown in the shape of a real crown. It looked even more exquisite and precious than the diamond crown she had worn that day. It also made her look more like a little princess. He Jichu was also shocked when he saw the pink diamond crown in the photo. A hint of surprise flashed across his usually cold and aloof face. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes stared at the pink diamond crown for a long time, then quickly swept past the top of Gu Nianji's head with a hint of cautious consideration and a sigh of disappointment. Gu Nianji was also lost in thought as she looked at Tan Gairen's photo. She felt that there was something in Tan Gairen's photo that attracted her attention. In the photo, Tan Gairen was smiling innocently at the camera. The rarest thing was that there wasn't a trace of impurity in her eyes. She was as bright and beautiful as a newborn baby. It was very rare for a 25-year-old girl to maintain such a pure heart. Gu Nianji stood under the lily photo wall and sighed silently. Only a girl who had been spoiled by her parents since she was young and lived a comfortable life would have such carefree eyes. However, Gu Nianji felt that it had nothing to do with one's family environment or whether one's parents were still alive. This was probably a failure of family education. When Gu Nianji stood under the lily photo wall and looked up quietly, many people also saw her. Gu Yanran saw Gu Nianji in the stairwell on the second floor. She was very surprised that no one had informed her of Gu Nianji's arrival. According to her plan, the staff responsible for reception at the door would immediately send her a message as soon as Gun Yinji arrived with a specially made invitation. She would then wait at the door to stop her. However, she didn't know what went wrong, but the first step was no longer possible. When she saw the handsome He Jichu standing beside Gun Yinji again, Gu Yinran couldn't help but grip the railing on the second floor tightly. Without Hua Xiaoheng, she actually had He Jichu. This Gun Yinji was really capable. But so what if she had He Jichu? This wasn't the United States. There was a trace of coldness in Gu Yinran's gentle eyes. In the Huaxia Empire, Gun Yinji's only backer, Hua Xiaoheng, was no longer there. She, on the other hand, had Prime Minister Tan as a huge backer. The outcome of their battle had already been decided, and today was the day she could hold her head high. If only she could expose Gun Yinji's true colors. The more Gu Yinran thought about it, the more agitated she became, and her usually gentle and charming face revealed a slightly fierce expression. She looked at Gun Yinji quietly for a while, and when she looked away, she suddenly saw the reflection of herself gritting her teeth in the mirror-like pillar in front of her. Shocked, she quickly patted her face and forced an extremely gentle smile before slowly walking to Tangairan's room. What a pity! Gu Yinran sighed internally and pushed open the door to Tangairan's bedroom. Her face was already full of smiles. Little darling, the banquet is about to start. Are you ready? When Hua Xiaoheng followed Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi to the inner hall of the Prime Minister's official residence, he also immediately saw Gun Yinji standing under the lily photo wall looking up. She had grown a bit taller and was wearing a smart pantsuit. Her seaweed-like hair flowed down her back, and a pair of mid-calf boots made her legs look even longer and more androgynous. Only the puffy sleeves of her mid-century neckcloth top and the front of her waist added a bit of feminine charm to her. It clearly wasn't a tight-fitting outfit, but from the side, the curves of her undulating like mountains were simply breathtaking. Hua Xiaoheng took one look, and a trace of heat rose in his heart. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his eyes dimmed slightly. It was like there was a fire that had just burned out. Although it was only ashes, it was still shockingly hot. Without realizing it, he walked to Gun Yinji's side and clasped his hands behind his back. He said calmly, "Yinji, your house has already been renovated. Do you want to go take a look after the banquet?" Gun Yinji was speechless. She really wanted to refuse, but what could she say? The corners of her eyes lifted slightly, and the lilies on the wall were reflected in her starry eyes. A calm and happy smile appeared on her delicate face. "Hua Xiao, it's very late now. Maybe another day." Gun Yinji secretly gave herself a thumbs up for the polite reply. She never thought that she would one day say such a tactful and appropriate refusal in front of Hua Xiaoheng. He Jichu heard it clearly from the side, and an appropriate smile appeared on his aloof face. He bowed slightly to Hua Xiaoheng. Hua Xiao actually came to Miss Tan's birthday banquet as well. You truly live up to your reputation as a flower protector. Coming to the birthday banquet means you're a flower protector? Then, Professor, he is also here to protect Miss Tan? Hua Xiaoheng usually didn't pay attention to this kind of nonsense, but he knew that this was one of the things that bothered Gun Yinji, so he refuted it anyway. Ma Qiqi and Yin Shixiang, who were standing behind the three men, watched in horror as He Jichu and Hua Xiaoheng exchanged tit for tat. "Big Xiong, aren't you going to go persuade her?" Ma Qiqi quietly nudged Yin Shixiang and suggested a bad idea. "How about I go ask Yinji to leave? Don't be a busybody." Yin Shixiang glared at her and quickly glanced around the hall. He pulled Ma Qiqi away. "There are more and more people here. Let's leave first." Before he left, he still reminded the three people standing under the lily photo wall. "Hua Xiao, Yinji, Professor we're going over there." He pointed to the sofa in the corner behind the greenery by the wall. There was still a buffet of drinks and food on the long table against the wall. Ma Qiqi also saw it, and her eyes instantly lit up. But before the two of them reached the wall, Yin Shixiang ran into a familiar face. "Big Xiong, is that you?" A pleasantly surprised voice came from behind them. It was familiar with a hint of intimacy. It was Jean Wani. In Shixiang couldn't help but roll his eyes in the air. This was the second night watch, and the monthly ticket of 1,500 plus updates had arrived. Today was the fourth night watch. Now the monthly ticket is double, so vote quickly, dear ones. There are also recommendation tickets. 7 p.m., the third night watch. 11 p.m., the monthly ticket of 2,000 plus updates. P.S. It's the 515 fan day. Dear ones can go and receive a certain Han's fan title, Cambrian Alliance. The earlier you receive it, the less treasure balls you need. Dear ones, please move fast. Mwah. Chapter 770. Jean Wani didn't hide her emotions at all. Even Ma Chi-Chi, who was more insensitive, realized that something was wrong. She turned around and frowned. In Shixiang could only smile sheepishly as he turned around and nodded to Jean Wani. "Oh, it's Lawyer Jean. Are you here to celebrate Miss Tan's birthday?" Wasn't that obvious? Today was Tan Gairen's birthday party. Jean Wani couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. But when she saw that In Shixiang kept glancing at the bright and tall young woman beside him, she felt a little uncomfortable. It was as if the cabbage he had set his eyes on for a long time was going to be eaten by a pig. But before she could speak again, In Shixiang had already taken Ma Chi-Chi's hand and said, "Chi-Chi, this is Lawyer Jean, the chief legal representative that Prime Minister Tan hired for his wife." He then said to Jean Wani, "This is Chi-Chi." With such an introduction, it was clear who was close and who was distant. Ma Chi-Chi immediately became happy. She looked at Jean Wani for a while and said with a smile, "Lawyer Jean is prettier than on TV. Yeah, you should learn from her. Lawyer Jean is your senior." In Shixiang squeezed Ma Chi-Chi's hand with a smile and said to Jean Wani, "Lawyer Jean, we won't disturb you any further." With that, he pulled Ma Chi-Chi's hand and walked over to the buffet table. Jean Wani watched them leave awkwardly and quickly glanced around. Fortunately, everyone's eyes were on the lily wall, so no one noticed her. As soon as Ijichu said "flower protector," Hua Xiaoheng's gaze fell on Gun Yinji's face. Unfortunately, Gun Yinji's cultivation had indeed improved a lot. It was already difficult for him to read her emotions from her expression. Maybe I'm just better at hiding. Hua Xiaoheng's eyes darkened. He wondered if he had been too lenient with her. If he allowed her to be willful like this, would a knot in her heart become deeply rooted and become an excuse to reject him? Ijichu had always scoffed at Hua Xiaoheng's words, so he sneered and was about to retort when a staff member from the office of the Prime Minister rushed over and said to him, You're Mr. He? Your car spontaneously combusted in the parking lot, and now only a pile of ashes is left." Ijichu, he turned to Gun Yinji and said, "I'll go out and take a look. Wait for me here." Gun Yinji nodded obediently. When Ijichu looked at Hua Xiaoheng again, he already had a hint of an unfair advantage. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes twinkled with a hint of a smile as he turned to leave quickly. After Ijichu left, Gun Yinji also wanted to leave. Although Hua Xiaoheng wasn't looking at her, he accurately reached out and grabbed her arm. He said slowly, "Yinji, do you remember what you promised me?" Gun Yinji was taken aback. She wanted to elegantly shake off Hua Xiaoheng's hand that was grabbing her arm, but she didn't expect to be unable to free herself. She couldn't help but whisper, "Let go of me." "Did you forget what you promised me? Your memory is getting worse. Tell me, how should I punish you?" Hua Xiaoheng held her arm tightly and refused to let go. Leaning forward slightly, he moved closer to her ear. She could feel his breath on her face. It was so hot that her face was burning up. He lowered his voice even more. "Mrs. Hua? Mrs. Hua?" When Gun Yinji heard this, her small, snow-white face turned completely red. It was as if she had put on a layer of blush. Even the corners of her eyes and the tips of her eyebrows were stained with rouge. "You said that you wouldn't make it public. You said that if I didn't agree, no one else would know. Hua Xiaoheng, you go back on your word." Gun Yinji was really panicking. Hua Xiaoheng's words, "Mrs. Hua? Mrs. Hua?" This made her feel ashamed and embarrassed, but she did not dare to cry out loud. She lowered her voice to a very, very low volume, with a bit of huskiness coming from her throat, revealing a natural charm that she was unaware of. In her panic, she used more strength. If she used all her strength to struggle, Hua Xiaoheng would still be able to restrain her. However, he was a bit worried that she would disregard everything and break her own arm. Hua Xiaoheng had no choice but to wrap his other arm around Gunyinji's waist. He exerted a bit of strength in his arms and almost imprisoned her entire body in his embrace. Only then was she unable to move. In the eyes of bystanders, they looked like a perfect couple standing under a wall of beautiful lilies, snuggling up to each other. The two of them were so good-looking that everyone's attention was involuntarily drawn to them. They almost forgot who the birthday girl in the photo on the wall was. There were more and more people in the hall, and their curious gazes were like searchlights that could clearly see the two of them. Gunyinji was so embarrassed that she couldn't even lift her head. She had no choice. Fortunately, she still remembered that Hua Xiaoheng was a person who could be persuaded but not cowed. She could only plead softly, "Hua Xiao, don't be like this. I still have to be a decent person. Did you forget what you promised me?" "I didn't forget, but you forgot, so I had to forget too." Hua Xiaoheng looked down at Gunyinji, who was surprisingly well-behaved in his arms. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel that they were overpowering the host at all. Gunyinji sighed. "Hua Xiao, let go. We can talk this out." "Okay, then what did you promise me?" "Gunyinji can't say it? You promised me that you would give me another chance." Hua Xiaoheng said this carelessly, his expression as calm as ever. Gunyinji frowned. "I gave it. What else are you dissatisfied with?" "Gave it? You didn't pick up my calls, didn't get in my car, and acted like you didn't see me. You call that giving?" Hua Xiaoheng let go of her and took a step back. His expression was cold as he said, "You're not allowed to not pick up my calls in the future." Gunyinji laughed inwardly, but seeing that they were in public, she had to give Hua Xiaoheng some face, so she nodded obediently. I will. If I don't pick up the chief's call, would I be looking for death?" Hua Xiaoheng, he wanted to say a few more words, but at that moment, his Bluetooth headset had already sent a message from an insider, saying that Ijichu's car had suddenly self-destructed, but under such tight surveillance, they couldn't find any clues about the saboteur. And this situation was almost exactly the same as the car that Gunyinji was in 7 years ago, suddenly self-destructed. Hua Xiaoheng's heart tightened, and he looked at Gunyinji. "Come back to the new house with me after tonight." With a solemn expression, he turned and strode away. Gunyinji looked at Hua Xiaoheng's back with some dismay, and she was practically roaring in her heart. "That's my house, my second-hand house. Don't use the word new house. It's so ambiguous." But at least the two of them had left, so Gunyinji could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She looked up again and carefully examined the huge photo of Tanguran. She didn't know why, but she felt that there was something familiar in Tanguran's photo. What was it? Her gaze wandered over the photo and finally stopped on the pink diamond crown on Tanguran's head. Yes, after looking at everything in the photo, the only thing that attracted her was the pink diamond crown. Pink diamonds were the most precious of all diamonds because natural pink diamonds were very rare. The rarer something was, the more expensive it was, so the price of pink diamonds naturally became the top of all diamonds. But the strange thing was, she wasn't someone who loved jewelry, so why did she feel a piercing pain in her heart when she saw Tanguran's pink diamond crown? Gunyinji rubbed her chest and felt her heart beating even more vigorously than usual. She looked at the pink diamond crown in Tanguran's photo, and the more she looked at it, the more familiar it seemed. Finally, she took out her phone and took a high-resolution photo of the pink diamond in the photo. Then she walked to the sofa in the corner behind the greenery by the wall and sat down. She began to use the software on her phone to cut, edit, and color. When the image was abnormally clear and complete, she uploaded it to a search engine that specialized in image searches for a quick search. She didn't know if it was because pink diamond jewelry was too rare, but Gunyinji didn't get any results in the first round of image searches. That was too unusual. Gunyinji felt that with Tanguran's family background and status, there was no way she would wear a fake pink diamond crown. Therefore, it could be assumed that the pink diamond crown was real. But if it was true, such an exquisite pink diamond crown, the heart-shaped bright pink main diamond was almost as big as a mahjong tile. Such a pure and flawless natural pink diamond with rich colors and high saturation couldn't be a nameless person. But why couldn't she find it on the internet? Gu Nianji immediately thought that there could be two reasons. One was that the pink diamond crown had always been a family heirloom and had never been publicly shown. Perhaps it was Tan Gairen's first time wearing it, just like her stolen diamond crown. The second reason was that her family had custom-made it for her. Custom-made items usually had extremely high levels of confidentiality and privacy. That also explained why it couldn't be found on the internet in a blind search. But if it was custom-made, such a large pink diamond would definitely have to be purchased from an auction house. Normal jewelers wouldn't sell such a large pink diamond alone. Gu Nianji's heart skipped a beat. She changed the direction of her search and specifically searched the websites of the top 10 auction houses on the Blue Planet. That was because many websites had blocked the possibility of blind searches from the outside world for security reasons. Therefore, if she wanted to search for something, she had to go directly to their websites. Gu Nianji's search actually found this pink diamond crown on Christie's auction website. It turned out that this was a pink diamond crown that had once belonged to Tsarina Catherine of Russia. It was a betrothal gift from her mother-in-law, Tsarina Elizabeth. According to legend, pink diamonds were the stones of love. Any lover who owned a pink diamond would definitely live a happy and sweet life. And this pink diamond crown had been bought by an anonymous buyer at Christie's auction house for a sky-high price of $70 million US $18 years ago. The $70 million US $18 years ago couldn't be compared to the $70 million US dollars now. Gu Nianji looked at the auction date of the pink diamond crown on Christie's auction website and pursed her plump lips tightly, because the date of the auction was her birthday. On that day, 18 years ago, she had just turned 1 year old. It was the third watch. Today was the fourth watch. Now, the monthly tickets are doubled. Dear ones, vote quickly. There are also recommendation tickets. At 11 p.m., the monthly tickets will be 2,000 plus watch. P.S. It's the 515 fan day. Dear ones, you can go and claim my fan title, Cambrian Alliance. The earlier you claim it, the less treasure balls you need. Dear ones, you have to act fast. Mwah. Chapter 771. Gu Nianji silently looked at the Christie's website record, her fingers constantly scrolling across her phone. She really wanted to know who the anonymous buyer was. Why would this pink diamond crown appear on Tan Gairen's head? Zhao Yangzi had taught her about the internet, as well as the principles of hackers and hackers. They prioritized national interests, but they couldn't ignore all laws just because they were skilled. She also couldn't use the knowledge he had taught her to commit crimes for personal gain. Gu Nianji had always been obedient, but this time she couldn't help it. She thought that she really wanted to know the identity of the anonymous buyer, but she didn't want to harm the Christie's auction house. Gu Nianji knew that the so-called anonymous buyer was only anonymous to the public. It was impossible to be anonymous to the auction house, and the auction house respected the buyer's privacy very much. If the buyer didn't want to reveal their identity, they would never do so. So to find out who the anonymous buyer was, the only way was to hack into the Christie's auction house website and enter their internal system. Gu Nianji didn't have any other tools except her phone, but that was enough. As long as the Christie's auction house website didn't have strong security like the German Federal Intelligence Service, she would be able to crack the external system. Sitting alone on the sofa in the corner behind the plants, Gu Nianji's entire attention was focused on the phone in her hand. However, in some people's eyes, she was just a wallflower that no one cared about. For example, Gu Yanran took the opportunity when Tan Gairen was changing to come out and see that Zichu was gone. She only saw Gu Nianji sitting on the sofa behind the plants in the corner of the hall, playing with her phone alone. Gu Yanran really wanted to burst into laughter seeing that lonely figure. She hadn't seen Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's behavior under the lily wall, and no one had mentioned it to her. Therefore, She didn't doubt the authenticity of Gu Nianji and Hua Xiaoheng's breakup. Of course, Gu Nianji wasn't in the mood to think about such nonsense. In her heart, she had indeed broken up with Hua Xiaoheng, and now he was pursuing her again. It was up to her whether she accepted it or not. As for what other people thought, it was none of their business. Gu Nianji's fingers danced on her phone as she typed out a series of commands, bypassing each barrier and solving each password. Finally, after 10 minutes, she cracked the Christie's auction house's intranet and entered their back-end program. Gaining access to the back-end was tantamount to gaining access to all of Christie's auction house's industry secrets. However, Gu Nianji firmly remembered what Zhao Liangzi had told her. She didn't pay attention to anything else from Christie's. She only wanted to find out who had won the pink diamond crown of Russian Tsar Catherine 18 years ago for a high price of $70 million. She widened her eyes and concentrated on searching for records on Christie's website. It didn't take long before she found the buyer who hadn't been announced. His English name was Kevin Koo. Gu Nianji's hands couldn't stop trembling. Wasn't that the English name of her vegetable father, Gu Xiangwen? She searched carefully, but there was no other information on the website that could prove that this Kevin Koo was Gu Xiangwen. After all, this name was too common, and there were people with the same name and surname. She continued reading. In the end, there was an additional note on the purchase record. It said that the buyer had requested Christie's auction house to use the best diamond engraver to engrave the words, "To Sirius, my little darling," on the inside of the pink diamond crown. Sirius. Was it that the English name of the youngest daughter of the Gu family, Gu Nianji, when she went to Barbados? That was why she later used Sirius as her English name. If she had seen Kevin Koo earlier, she could have guessed that it was a duplicate name. But now that she saw a person named Kevin Koo buy a pink diamond crown for his daughter, Sirius, she was certain. What were the odds that there was another father and daughter named Kevin Koo and Sirius in this world besides her and Gu Xiangwen? It was almost zero. Therefore, this pink diamond crown had been personally purchased by her father, Gu Xiangwen, from Christie's auction house 18 years ago. From the date of purchase, it must have been for his daughter's first birthday. Gu Nianji stared fixedly at the record. She read each word many times. The unknown void in her heart seemed to be slowly being filled. She didn't have any memories of her parents, but in that moment, she suddenly experienced her parents' sincere love for her. They were doing their best to give the best things to their beloved daughter, right? Gu Nianji caressed the words, "To Sirius, my little darling," on her phone, and tears gradually welled up in her eyes. "Dad! Mom!" she called out softly. She no longer felt unfamiliar with these two terms of address. She looked up, took a deep breath, and looked back at the huge wall of photos. Gu Nianji now believed that Gu Xiangwen must be her biological father. There couldn't be any other choice. As for the vegetative Gu Xiangwen, they had tried so hard to save from Barbados, his DNA didn't match hers. It only matched Gu Yanran's. This only proved that the person was Gu Yanran's biological father, but it didn't prove that the person was Gu Xiangwen. Also, Gu Yanran had given something that belonged to her to someone else as a favor. This was something her parents had left for her. It was easy to prove it. She just had to look at the serial number on the inside of the pink diamond crown and see if it was engraved with the words. Gu Nianji sat on the sofa and pondered. Ma Chi-Chi came over and asked curiously, "Nianji, are you hungry? Why do you keep playing on your phone?" Gu Nianji looked up at Ma Chi-Chi and smiled at her. "I'm not hungry." Just then, a loud commotion came from behind them. The two of them looked back together. In the spacious hall, the crowded crowd parted to make a path. Tan Guiran, wearing a pink diamond crown and a pink princess dress, was smiling and waving at everyone on the spiral staircase from the second floor. Prime Minister Tan wore a black tuxedo and stood behind Tan Guiran energetically. He wore gold-rimmed glasses on his fair face and looked very refined. Gu Yanran wore a simple black Versace evening gown and stood beside Prime Minister Tan. Her gentle and charming appearance was very moving. The two of them stood behind Tan Guiran like a pair of parents. However, Gu Nianji's gaze was directly attracted to the pink diamond crown on Tangairen's head. She had already been unable to look away from the photos. Now that she saw the real thing, all of her attention was glued to the pink diamond crown. That was hers. There was a voice in the depths of her heart that kept screaming, making it impossible for her to escape. She now completely believed that Gu Xiangwen was her biological father. It was not like what Gu Yanran had said, where she was an adopted daughter and Gu Yanran was the biological daughter. Gu Nianji couldn't think of any reason why a father would buy such a rare treasure for his 1-year-old adopted daughter at an exorbitant price. She had to be her father's biological daughter, and her father must have loved her mother deeply. That was why he loved the young Gu Nianji like a treasure. This was the 4th update. Monthly tickets of 2,000+ updates were delivered. Today was the 4th update. Now the monthly tickets are doubled. Everyone, vote quickly. There are also recommendation tickets. P.S. It's the 515 fan day. Everyone, you can go and receive a certain Han's fan title, Cambrian Alliance. The earlier you receive it, the less treasure balls you need. Everyone be quick. Moi. Chapter 772. This feeling was purely Gu Nianji's intuition, or rather, it was a child's intuition toward her biological parents. Gu Nianji stood beside Ma Chi-Chi and stared eagerly at the pink diamond crown on Tangairen's head. She gripped her phone tightly. However, when Gu Yanran's smug and disdainful gaze swept over, it was like a bucket of ice water had been poured over Gu Nianji's head. She suddenly became alert. Gu Nianji closed her eyes and slowly adjusted her breathing to calm herself down. Yes, she couldn't be impulsive. It was like fighting a lawsuit. Intuition alone wasn't enough. You had to use concrete evidence to convince others when arguing in court. At the same time, you had to use strict logic to prove that your reasoning was correct. This was a puzzle. It didn't matter if you knew what it looked like. You had to complete the puzzle in order to prove to others what it really looked like. Gu Nianji didn't have any childlike feelings towards the man in a vegetative state on the hospital bed. At the time, she thought she was a bit cold. She didn't feel anything when she watched her own father become a vegetable. However, she felt different about the name Gu Xiangwen. It was deeply rooted in her memory. Even though she had lost her memory and didn't even remember what he looked like, she had a different feeling towards the name. Looking at the pink diamond crown, Gu Xiangwen's name surfaced from her hazy subconscious. It gradually took shape and became an unbreakable fortress in the bottom of her heart. It could shelter her from the wind and rain, giving her a branch to rely on. It was just a name, but it made her feel like she had found her roots. She was no longer someone without a past. So the first thing she needed to do now was to settle the family assets with Gu Yanran. Because she still couldn't prove that the Gu Xiangwen in a vegetative state on the hospital bed was fake, she could use her identity as the daughter of the Gu family to formally ask Gu Yanran for an equal share of the family assets. She had been away from home for 7 years. In those 7 years, the Gu family was controlled by Gu Yanran. She treated Gu Nianji like she didn't exist. Gu Nianji had previously mentioned asking Gu Yanran for the family assets, but Gu Yanran had never directly responded. Gu Nianji also didn't pursue it. At that time, she had no feelings for the Gu family. Also, she knew that her DNA didn't match with Gu Xiangwen, and that she was the adopted daughter of the Gu family. Therefore, she had even less desire to fight Gu Yanran for the family assets. But it was different now. She was convinced that she was Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. Before she could find any evidence, she had to cut off Gu Yanran's dirty hands. What right did Gu Yanran have to curry favor with the Huaxiao Empire? Of course, it was with the Gu family's money and Gu Nianji's assets. He had taken advantage of her, Gu Nianji, and still wanted to escape unscathed? Would she agree to ask for her expertise? Gu Nianji slowly raised her head and smiled at Gu Yanran, who was high up on the spiral staircase. Her lips curled into an amused smile. She folded her arms and even began to tap her feet. In the front hall, Tangairen held up her dress with a wide smile as she walked down the steps to the center of the hall. Gu Yanran and Prime Minister Tan smiled at each other and followed him down the steps. The two of them continued to stand behind Tan Guerin. Gu Yanran clapped her hands, and a young female staff member wearing a white shirt and black pants pushed a dining cart over. On the dining car, a 5-tiered cake with rainbow colors was displayed in front of everyone. The hall was filled with applause and praises. "Birthday girl, cut the cake. Birthday girl, cut the cake." Tan Guerin turned to look at Gu Yanran with a smile and said sincerely, "Thank you, Miss Gu." "You're welcome," Gu Yanran said as she handed her the long knife. "Come, cut the cake." As Gu Yanran spoke, she gestured to the hall. Behind the screen in the hall, a symphony of "Happy Birthday to You" suddenly sounded. She had invited the entire National Symphony Orchestra to accompany her. Everyone began to sing along happily. "Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you." Tan Guerin picked up the knife and turned to look at her father, Prime Minister Tan. At that moment, someone joked, "How about Prime Minister Tan, Miss Tan, and Miss Gu cut the cake together?" "Yes, yes. Cut it together. Cut it together." Someone quickly joined in. Gu Yanran looked at Prime Minister Tan. "Mr. Prime Minister, let's cut it together." Prime Minister Tan took her hand and walked to Tan Guerin's side. Then the two of them held the long handle of the cake knife with Tan Guerin's left hand and right hand respectively. Just like that, the three of them were happy and harmonious like a family as they cut the 5-layer cake to the second layer. Kai Songyin had just walked into the hall when she saw such a scene. She was instantly enraged. He had worked so hard in the detention center, only to be forgotten by the people. Her childhood sweetheart's husband was holding another woman's hand and cutting a birthday cake with her beloved daughter. Did they still remember her, the real mistress? She was so angry that her entire body shook. With a dark expression, she walked through the crowd and stood in front of the 3 people who were cutting the cake. Tan Guerin looked up in shock to see that it was actually Kai Songyin. She was so happy that she cried. She threw down the cake knife and rushed over. "Mommy, you're back." Prime Minister Tan instinctively let go of Gu Yanran's hand and also walked quickly to Kai Songyin's side. He said excitedly, "Madam, you're back." Kai Songyin had been in the detention center for half a month, so her previously round and smooth face had completely slimmed down. Once an elderly person slimmed down, they appeared even older than their actual age. There were 2 deep wrinkles on her face, and the crow's feet under her eyes were also very clear. She wore a wrinkled purple silk jacket and matching wool pants, so she really looked like a cleaner at the Prime Minister's official residence. Gu Yanran walked over with a face full of smiles. She wore a simple and fitted Versace evening gown, so when she stood in front of Kai Songyin, she looked even more inferior. She said to Kai Songyin, "Mrs. Tan, you came back just in time. We were just about to cut the cake. Why are you here?" Kai Songyin asked suspiciously. The situation just now had made her very uncomfortable. However, in front of so many guests, she couldn't make a scene too ugly. She had to give Tan Dongbang face, and today was her precious daughter's birthday. She didn't want her daughter to be unhappy. Before Gu Yanran could speak, Tan Guerin quickly said, "Mommy, don't be angry. Miss Gu is Daddy's personal assistant. She was the one who organized my birthday party. Look, aren't there many guests today?" "Personal assistant?" Kai Songyin suppressed her anger and looked at Tan Dongbang. "Isn't this about work? Why do we need Miss Gu's help with our family affairs? It's just taking care of the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence and taking care of little darling. You also know that I'm very busy with work. When you weren't there, Yanran, Miss Gu helped us a lot." Prime Minister Tan quickly explained in a low voice. At the same time, he gave Kai Songyin a look to tell her not to ask any more questions. But how could Gun Yinji not take advantage of this opportunity? She walked over, clasped her hands together, and said with a smile, "So that's how it is? No wonder my sister said she wanted to take care of Miss Tan and didn't have time to take care of me. That's great. Now that Mrs. Tan is back, you don't have to be Prime Minister Tan's personal assistant anymore, right?" Gu Yanran was choked by Gun Yinji's words. She was about to respond when she realized something was wrong. She said she still wanted to be a personal assistant, so how could Kai Songyin just let it go? But if she said she wasn't going to do it, wouldn't all her money go down the drain? Gu Yanran smiled and pointed at Gu Yinji affectionately. You only know how to be mischievous. It's serious business for me to be the Prime Minister's personal assistant. How can I just say no? Oh, but Mrs. Tan is already back. What else do you need to do, sister? The internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence, the Prime Minister's food, clothing, accommodation, and travel arrangements, as well as Miss Tan's daily life, will all be taken care of by Mrs. Tan, the proper mistress of the house. What else can you do, sister? Gun Yinji raised her eyebrows and smiled gently. Kai Songyi nodded from the side and said, I've troubled Miss Gu these days. I'll be in this house in the future. You. She hesitated and didn't know what to say. Gu Yanran was a bit surprised. She didn't expect Gun Yinji to start sowing discord as soon as Kai Songyin returned. She walked to Gun Yinji's side and poked her shoulder. Yinji, don't mess around. I'm doing serious business. As she spoke, she quickly glanced at Prime Minister Tan. Yes, Mrs. Tan will take care of the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's household and Miss Tan in the future. Sister, what else can you do as a personal assistant? Gun Yinji spread her hands and looked aggrieved. I just don't want you to work too hard. You're the eldest daughter of the wealthy Gu family in Barbados, but you have to wait on people here. Don't you think that's degrading? How can being a personal assistant be a job to wait on people? You're Yinran's younger sister. How can you talk like that? Prime Minister Tan saw that Gu Yinran's face had turned pale and couldn't stand listening anymore. He spoke up for her. Also, although my wife is back and doesn't need her to take care of the internal affairs of the Prime Minister's official residence and my daughter, there's still many things in the Prime Minister's official residence that require her to organize. The corners of Kai Songyin's eyes twitched. Tan Dongbong's tone, when speaking for Gu Yanran, was so intimate. However, Gun Yinji wasn't frightened. She smiled and nodded at Prime Minister Tan. So, Prime Minister Tan, other than letting my sister take care of the internal affairs, you also need her to help you take care of work matters? The work schedule of the Prime Minister's official residence and the Prime Minister's itinerary were indeed official matters. Prime Minister Tan nodded and praised her vigorously. Yinran has done very well. With her around, the work efficiency of the Prime Minister's official residence has doubled. Haha, so that's how it is. Prime Minister Tan, how can you knowingly break the law? Gun Yinji made a sincere expression. Hurry up and fire my sister. I really can't bear to see you get impeached before you've even secured your position. The word impeachment was taboo for Tan Dongbang right now. He laughed coldly. I never knew that hiring a personal assistant would actually result in impeachment. There are so many prime ministers in our country, and each one has their own personal assistant. If you want to impeach them, you have to find trouble with these people first. I don't know what's going on with the former prime minister's personal assistants, but I do know that you're using Gu Yanran as your personal assistant to handle the official affairs of the prime minister's official residence. That's already the highest level of leaking secrets. Gun Yinji raised her chin, and her expression became serious. Gu Yanran is a Barbadian citizen. May I ask, when have you ever seen the highest leader of a country use a foreigner to handle official affairs? This was the first update. Today, it was still the fourth update. The monthly votes were still double, and there were also recommendation votes. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for them. At 1 p.m. The monthly votes were 2,500 plus updates. At 7 p.m., the third update. At 11 p.m., the monthly votes were 3,000 plus updates. P.S. Thank you to Bagel16 for tipping 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Congratulations to Bagel16 for becoming the 17th chief of the Major General. Moi. Chapter 773. That's right. How could the head of a country use a foreigner as an assistant? The people attending Tan Gairan's birthday party were all high-ranking officials of the empire. They were either wealthy or respectable, and they all had very sensitive political thoughts. Although their expressions didn't change much after hearing Gun Yinji's words, they all began to mutter to themselves. Gu Yanran had been busy at the Prime Minister's official residence recently, and she had been in the limelight for a while. Also, her words and actions were very typical of the Huaxia Empire, so no one really thought about this. However, Gu Yanran's heart sank, and her face instantly turned green and red. She became very ugly. She really didn't know that the Huaxia Empire's high-ranking officials had this rule. When Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin asked her for money and promised benefits, they never said that foreigners couldn't work at the Prime Minister's official residence. If she had known about this rule earlier, she definitely wouldn't have given so much money to help Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin make up for their losses. Gu Yanran clenched her fist so tightly that the veins on the back of her hands bulged. She clenched her teeth tightly, and her usual gentle and charming demeanor was about to collapse. Gu Nianji held on to Prime Minister Tan's gaze and shook her head regretfully. If that's the case, I wonder if the Secret Service or the Special Operations Forces are investigating you. They were treating this as an espionage case. Tan Dongbang's heart tightened, and he immediately saw a tall and handsome man stand next to Gu Nianji. He nodded and said, "Yes, this lady is right. The Prime Minister's official residence can't hire foreigners to work. This matter must be thoroughly investigated by the Secret Service." Gu Nianji heard Yin Shixiang's voice, and her heart instantly bloomed with joy. This was the endorsement of a professional. Wouldn't Prime Minister Tan be afraid? Gu Nianji looked at the ashen-faced Gu Yanran and deliberately said, "Sister, are you surprised? Are you excited? You specifically sent me an invitation yesterday. Did you specifically want me to expose Prime Minister Tan's illegal behavior?" Nonsense. Gu Yanran finally couldn't stand everyone's stares and quietly scolded Gu Nianji. "What kind of place is this to allow you to be so presumptuous?" "How was I presumptuous? I said I was speaking the truth," Gu Nianji said seriously. Gu Nianji said seriously, "I told you not to get involved in this mess. Your IQ is simply not enough." To be honest, Gu Nianji looked down on Gu Yanran. Even if they had a lot of wealth in their hands, they didn't know how to rely on themselves to protect their wealth. Instead, they went around trying to curry favor with others. In the beginning, she had schemed against Xiaoheng and wanted to rely on him to protect her family fortune, which was as rich as a nation's. After she failed, she curried favor with Prime Minister Tan. This kind of woman with no backbone to begin with, even a mountain of gold and silver wouldn't be able to make her stand up. Judging from Gu Yanran's way of doing things, no matter how generous and noble she pretended to be in front of others, she only had two paths to take in life. One was to kneel down, and the other was to lie down. From this perspective, Gu Nianji truly felt that Gu Yanran's upbringing was problematic. If she had grown up in a family like the Gu family, even if she was an adopted daughter or even a servant, Gu Nianji felt that she wouldn't have developed this kind of way of doing things. He Jichu also said that she was indeed a daughter of the Gu family, just like Gu Yanran. Then there was only one possibility. Gu Yanran had only come to the Gu family later on, or more likely, after a certain age. Her way of doing things and her worldview had already been formed. Living in the Gu family wasn't enough to completely change her. That was the only way to explain her behavior and the incongruity of her status as the wealthiest daughter of the Gu family. At that moment, Gu Nianji suddenly really wanted to know how Gu Yanran grew up and how she came to be in the Gu family. This completely different style from the legendary Gu family. How did it come about? However, Gu Yanran was so angry at Gu Nianji's belittling gaze that her intelligence was about to explode. This kind of gaze again. She thought she would never see this kind of gaze again in her life. Haha, my intelligence isn't enough? Didn't you still lose to me? Gu Yanran suddenly took a step forward and moved close to Gu Nianji's ear. She spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. "What?" Gu Nianji frowned. "Get this straight. Some things can't be said carelessly." Gu Yanran immediately shut her mouth, a cold smile appearing on her face. Gu Nianji remembered everything and planned to slowly settle this score with Gu Yanran. At that moment, she calmly looked at the sweating Prime Minister Tan again and said slowly, "Prime Minister Tan, are you going to be investigated by the Secret Service?" Or are you going to be impeached by the Senate? Which would be easier? Tan Dongbong's gaze swept through the crowd and saw that a few deputy directors of the Secret Service had already begun to take out their phones to make calls with grim expressions. He took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead and had no choice but to tell the truth. Actually, you're thinking too much. Gu Yanran's expression froze. Tan Dongbang didn't dare to look at Gu Yanran's expression and continued. Actually, Miss Gu Yanran is only helping out here out of friendship. She's not an official employee of the office of the Prime Minister and hasn't come into contact with any classified information. She's just like a guest helping out at my home for a few days. To put it simply, Gu Yanran was only a temporary employee at the office of the Prime Minister. Gu Yinji never imagined that someone like Tan Dongbang would actually play this game. Was he lying to Gu Yanran? Oh, sister, you've contributed money and effort, but you didn't even get an official position? Gu Yinji clicked her tongue. When you went to school to give me an invitation, you took the office of the Prime Minister's car and brought along bodyguard from the office of the Prime Minister. You said you were a temporary employee, but what kind of temporary employee would receive such treatment? You're even more impressive than an official employee. Gu Yanran's expression was now completely dejected. She never imagined that she didn't even have an official position. Then all her money had really gone down the drain. Gu Yanran couldn't help but glare angrily at Tan Dongbang, but she discovered that he didn't even dare to look her in the eye. She couldn't help feeling even more miserable. Gu Yinji smiled as she looked at Gu Yanran, then at Tan Dongbang, as well as the dumbfounded Tan Guiran between the two of them. She extended a finger and waved it in front of Tan Dongbang. Prime Minister, although you said that my sister wasn't an official employee, the truth is that she still participated in the official work of the office of the Prime Minister. Therefore, this has already become a fait accompli. I'm afraid that you can't just throw out a temporary employee to divert the attention. This time, it was Tan Dongbang's turn to be dejected. When he and Kai Songyin had first discussed how to instigate Gu Yanran to contribute money to help them make up for the embezzlement of campaign funds, they had wanted to play around the edges. That way, even if someone exposed that they couldn't hire foreigners, they could still argue that Gu Yanran wasn't an official employee and hadn't participated in real official work. They never imagined that after being provoked by Kai Songyin's return today, he would actually personally say that Gu Yanran had participated in official work. This wasn't shooting themselves in the foot. Gu Yinji looked coldly at Tan Dongbang's regretful expression and thought to herself, it's too late to regret it now. She didn't even need to think with her knees to know that if Gu Yanran hadn't bled, would Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin have given her so many benefits? In other words, with Gu Yanran's stinginess, if Tan Dongbang and Kai Songyin hadn't promised her a huge benefit that she couldn't refuse, would she have been so generous and only spent money to be a rich guy? So Prime Minister Tan and Mrs. Tan shouldn't be so smug, and don't thank me. I really wasn't here to help you. Gu Yinji wasn't intentionally targeting anyone. She just felt that Tan Dongbang, Kai Songyin, and Gu Yanran were all trash. Today, she would first skin Gu Yanran as the Prime Minister's personal assistant, and then skin Prime Minister Tan as a temporary employee who didn't really matter. Finally, she would make a move on Kai Songyin. Gu Yinji's goal was very simple. She wanted this iron triangle that was bound by benefits to fall apart and destroy all possibilities of Gu Yanran finding a backer in the Huaxia Empire. After all, she wanted to find a real Gu Xiangwen. So, she had to control Gu Yanran. She couldn't give Gu Yanran the opportunity to create more obstacles. Gu Yinji glanced sideways and saw that Kai Songyin's expression was a bit complicated. She looked like she wanted to be happy, but was also a bit worried about Tan Dongbang. She still had feelings for Tan Dongbang as husband and wife. Gu Yinji coughed lightly and patted Kai Songyin's shoulder. Mrs. Tan, why did you only come back today? I really didn't think that your case would end up like this. It's a pity that you're so capable, but you won't be able to raise funds for Prime Minister Tan's campaign in the future. If I had come to help you with this case, you would have already countersued the procuratorate for harming your reputation and demanded compensation from the state. Kai Songyin's eyes widened. What did you say? I haven't been convicted or broken the law. Why can't I raise funds anymore? The corners of Tan Dongbong's lips trembled violently. He interrupted Gu Nianji and frowned unhappily. Miss Gu, today is my daughter's birthday party. It's not a place for you to solicit clients. Please conduct yourself with dignity. Gu Nianji giggled. Of course, Prime Minister Tan has his reasons for not wanting to hire the best lawyer for your wife. Okay, I won't talk about it anymore. Oh my, your representative lawyer, Miss Jean, is about to throw knives at you. Jean Wani was indeed standing to the side. She had originally wanted to watch the drama unfold, but in the end, she heard Gu Nianji boast shamelessly about being able to help Kai Songyin fight for state compensation. Her heart couldn't help but tighten. Worried that Gu Nianji would spout nonsense, she quickly walked over and said, Gu Nianji, don't boast shamelessly. We've already done our best with this case. Don't think that you can boast shamelessly just because you have lawyer he support. I'm boasting shamelessly? Gu Nianji's slender finger pointed at herself. She said with a half-smile, Lawyer Jean, are you serious? If I speak my mind, wouldn't you, your client, Prime Minister Tan, and Madame Gu Yanran slap yourselves 3 times? This was the second installment of the monthly ticket, 2,500 plus updates. Today, it was still the 4th installment. The monthly ticket was still double, and there were also recommendation votes. Dear friends, you forgot to vote for them. The 3rd installment at 7 p.m. At 11 p.m., the monthly ticket was 3,000 plus updates. P.S. This is the Nyang 515 Fan Festival. Dear friends, if you're willing, you can click in and search for Records of Cambrian in the Gods Discuss Dao section. The fan title, Cambrian Alliance, will appear. Mwah! You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.